Incoming propaganda. Seek shelter immediately. Congratulations Realm of Rus on being the first. You're the best, or at least, the fastest. Realm of Rus just resubscribed to the channel. Thanks for your continued support Realm of Rus. What's that coming over the hill? Oh, it's a hype train. Choo-choo mother expletive deleted. Azure Ren just resubscribed to the channel. Thanks for your continued support Azure Ren.
Good evening, everyone. Well, that video didn't work very well, I don't think. It was the video I was stuttering. It worked perfectly fine in rehearsal, but when I went live, it is stuttering something chronic. So that's okay. We are now doing the live feed. Hopefully it is nice and smooth now. Soprano TT, hey, how's it going? Yep, okay. No, Russ, it wasn't your internet. Thank you very much for the resubscribe, Russ and Azure, and for that little hype train that is ticking down. It's probably gone already. We are back. We're back in the swamp, so it is a bit of a mixed bag. Yeah, I was sick last week, as you probably noticed. There was no stream last week, and that's because 2 weeks ago I had a really good stream. And I was feeling much better because I was just getting over being sick. And on the weekend after that stream, I went out and touched grass and caught a train and caught a metal concert. And on Monday, I went to the doctor's surgery. And on Tuesday, I got completely slugged by COVID. So that'll teach me for going out and actually interacting with other people. I sound a lot better. Oh, okay, I'm probably a bit croaky. I will be a bit croaky tonight. My throat is still a bit sore. I am still coughing. I do have a lozenge in my mouth already. Hopefully I will not cough too much and my voice will hold out for the rest of the stream. Yes, Azuren and Calcifer both came down with COVID this time as well. They are both on the mend, but we're all a bit still under the weather. So, 2 weeks ago, as you probably saw from the new intro, it's not going to be a very permanent intro. That was just a once-off. Basically, version 1.2 of my VR mod has now been released. I mean, it's been working for a while, but now it's been released in stable. Anyone can download it and try it out. If you go to the mod page, or if you're on YouTube and look in the comments, there's a link to the mod page there, and there should be instructions on how you too can play Satisfactory in VR. Also, I finally caught after 6 years of dodging. Yep. So last time we were here, we were in the swamp and we were working on planning for our nuclear power facility. Now, we are in phase 4. We haven't built anything in phase 4, but we are in phase 4. And we are still on coal power because I refuse to use fuel power in this playthrough, because fuel power is easy mode, and every time I make a fuel power I make a huge tower of rocket fuel and I skip nuclear entirely. So this session I'm forcing myself to do nuclear. We don't even have fuel power unlocked. So we are here in the swamp turning it into a nice little nuclear paradise, and this is kind of where we got to last time. So the idea is to have sort of radiating out these 12 rungs with 3 nuclear reactors at the end of each rung. But this was the first go that we did last session. We ran into a few problems. Just let me make sure I have ammo. I do. Do I have fuel? Yes, I have lots of fuel. Okay, we are good to go. We should be able to take on any stingers that anyone throws at us. Now, part of the problem with this layout, stream is still stuttering a bit. Let me see if I've got the right focus on my laptop. Just give me a sec. BRB. Everything's looking fine in OBS land. And nothing's running in the background. And OBS is saying 0 packets lost, so it should be smooth. Unless it is laggy on my streaming PC. But it should be all okay. I'll keep an eye on it and let me know how it goes. Do I have stabilization turned on? Let me check if the auto stabilization is working. Just a sec. Okay, if I open my backpack and close it again, that should have come on. Why did it not come on? Let me just check my script. Why is it not working? I am not sure why the auto stabilization is not working, but what I'll do is I will manually turn it on so that it is on. It will mean that some of the user interfaces are a little bit flickery. How's that now? Okay, well, I'm going to soldier on and see how we go. The problem with this layout is we've run into some rocks over here. So we had to cut some of these arms short. The layout was not great. Oh, look, and there's two bloody big stingers right there, and they've already spotted me. Okay, is that smooth enough for you? So at the end of the last session, I went, this is not a very good center point for this circle. We need to kind of move that way a bit and that way a bit. And at the end of the last session, I ran these foundations out here and I ran them out here just to hypothesize that that might make a better center point for all of this. But I didn't want to have to rebuild all of this and then find out it was wrong again. So what I did was I used some planning tools. Frames are clipping still, that's interesting. Well, let me check. OBS preview. Could be my streaming from my PC. Well, I'm going to switch to browser view anywhere here. So I will poke some settings while we're looking at the browser. I'm going to show you why or how I planned this to move to a different place. Now just give me a second. I'm actually going to exit out of here to the main menu. I'm going to take my headset off. I'm going to show you some of the planning tools I used to plan how to reposition this whole structure. So this is the Satisfactory calculator website, which has mapping tools in it. And this is my loaded save game. So as you can see, these bits here couldn't be put in the right place because of all the rocks and stuff around the place. And some of these other corridors were like running into rocks and things. So I wanted to take this whole thing and I wanted to move it. I'm building some of the nuclear power plant today, Hugo. It's probably going to take half a dozen to a dozen different sessions, but we are working on it. Today we're going to be looking at how we're going to lay out everything and also start getting some resources in. But this is a massive, massive project. So we will be progressing it today, absolutely, but it will certainly not be done today by a long shot. So this tool is really useful in that you can edit your save files. So what you can do is you can grab a circle selection tool. Actually, I don't want to grab all the heights. So I want to grab from about, if I go up too high, it disappears. So I'm going to do, I think it's around -4. No, cancel that. I didn't actually hit select yet. And I'll bring this height down. So that top walkway here, I'm going to take that out of the selection. And the little hut that I have there is going to be out of the selection as well. And that's down to about 20-ish meters. Oh, there it's gone. So now we're just left with this part. Now what I did here is I selected all these parts here using this circle selector tool like this. And then you can do things here. So what I was doing was I was going offset selected items position. Now what I would do is I would offset it, I'd move it around, I'd rotate it, I'd offset it some more. I fiddled around with this for ages until I found, then I'd loaded it into the game and found the good spot to do. So the spot I ended up settling on is 9,000 centimeters sort of east and 16,000 centimeters north. So if I submit this, it's now moved everything from here to up here. So now if I bring that higher mark back on to show where the walkway is, the new center point is actually right near where I guessed a good center point would be. Now you can also see though that this is kind of off angle, it's not lined up. You should be able to see on the screen that I've got the map here. So it is now offset. So this is going to be the new position, but I also need it rotated 5 degrees, which you can do in here as well. You can go into the tool here and you can say rotate selected items, and then you can say rotate 5 degrees. So this is a very powerful tool. I don't know if it's -5 or +5. There we go. So now it's actually lined up straight. So this helped me determine where I wanted to build it. And then I went away and I actually rebuilt it all manually in the new position, which I will show you in a second. But this video is lagging. Okay, let me restart the OBS teleport. Close. I'm saying close, just a second. Wow, okay, it's actually hung. Thank you. Let's try opening it again. Ta-da! Now if I move the map, how quickly does it respond on the stream? There's still a delay. What is going on? Let me just debug this for a bit, folks. You know, I even resisted upgrading to the new OBS that it wanted me to install. But I have been fiddling with some other settings, so I'm not sure. Ooh, is my Satisfactory taking too much memory, perhaps? Maybe. Let me just check settings, tools, teleport. It's fine. Settings. Go kick the ruse. I might actually reboot my computer, which I did before the stream anyway, but this is particularly not running well. Okay. Yeah, this is not good. Okay, I'm going to reboot my computer and then we'll jump back into it. So give me a second, folks. I will go to the standby screen. Technical difficulties. Let me reboot. We'll be right back. Yes, I definitely want to get everything running smoothly before I get into the flying around and building, especially if it's a choppy stream. That's not very good. Yes, restart. I don't care that that's many things are open. So how has everyone's week been? Hopefully better than mine. As I said, I have been getting over COVID. I caught COVID last week. It hit me like a truck on Tuesday evening. And I was pretty wrecked all of last week, which is why I didn't stream last Friday. And I've been slowly on the mend this week. I have most of my, maybe, well, a good half of my strength back. I'm feeling a lot better. But I do have a persistent cough that I just can't shake. And my ear is still blocked, which is not useful. My ear has been blocked for going on 4 weeks now, and it is not pleasant. Booting PC, boot faster. This is my problem. I shouldn't have loaded a web browser. Maybe that's what did it. Okay, logging in. Right, let's get OBS running. Let me switch back. So it is still, where's my cursor? Why is it so laggy? Like I'm running nothing else other than OBS at the moment. And I have it on the right profile. I have it on the right screen. I do not have any filters on. No, that is still laggy. I might need to restart my streaming laptop, which would really suck, because that will stop and break the stream, which would be bad. I did change settings because I was actually doing a pretty crazy recording stunt earlier in the week where I was recording 4K 60 and I was oversampling and things were a bit crazy. But I have rolled back all those settings and now it is back to 1080p. It is fine. Okay, let me just check my processors on my streaming laptop. See if there's anything being stupid on there. I mean, OBS is chewing a ton of memory. Probably not unusual though. Performance. Yeah, everything's fine. Unless it's a network. I think I was on Wi-Fi. I've just wiggled the cable and I think my laptop was on Wi-Fi and that would probably do it. Right. Phew. Oh, I hope that's it. Let me restart OBS one more time on the main PC. Uh-oh. Check 1, 2. It says I'm still streaming. Hello? How about now? So, Russ, you should be able to see me, and people on YouTube, Soprano TT, is the stream back? I think I'm back? I think I'm back. Hooray, okay, didn't have to restart OBS. Oh, that's a relief. Okay, so I think the problem is that my network cable had come loose on my streaming laptop, and it was on Wi-Fi, and that is why it was struggling. So let me test again. Let me just change this stream back to that and then back to this. And let me test the latency. There we go. That's much better. It is now responsive. Okay, we can now get back on with the show. Okay, well, I am not going to load up my web browser again because that was going to cause problems on my PC anyway. So we will continue on with the rest of the guided tour. This is the Satisfactory modeler, and this is our plan for nuclear. And I've fiddled a little bit with this, mainly to break it up into smaller parts. So I used to have a big slab here with all the resources in it now. Now I've made separate little factories for the iron and copper, the aluminium, the deuterium, I've also, the plutonium cleanup, I've now split into two because that will be two separate blueprints. So this is kind of breaking it up into each little sub-factory. So each one of these blocks is a sub-factory, be it either a blueprint factory or ones like this factory here will just be a slab of assemblers. And then we have the reactor line like this. Now, I summarized all this in a document. Hang on, let me load up that and that again. So this was the sub-factory breakdown, where basically I listed all the factories, and actually no, this is the resources. This is the raw resource totals here. So what I was looking at here is what resources do we have available, and is it enough? Now the problem is that I am planning on making 12 by 3 nuclear reactors at 250%, which is about 225 gigawatts of power. And this is the resources here. Now the problem here is I don't have the belt speed to get enough copper. I think copper was the bottleneck, and possibly Caterium ore, I don't have the belt speed to get there. So originally I was just going to make 6 times 3 times 250, but now I'm actually going to make 12 by 3 by 125 at 112 gigawatts power. So this is the goal here, and this is for Mark V belts. So this is what we're aiming to do first, and this basically we can't make the full capacity until we get Mark VI belts. So this is kind of what we're aiming here, but we're going to build the full thing. So then we have the breakdown of what's in each factory, and I was trying to figure out for each one of these blocks here, how much space will it take up, just to try and figure out spacing. So this is what this list here is, and I was thinking, well, like for the aluminium, we already have a blueprint that makes aluminium, so we can reuse that. Crystal oscillators, these are the resources we'll need in a blueprint. We'd have this sort of materials machines here.
Incoming Pioneer reinforcements.
This is the size.
Ada Phasma is leading a force of 23
Ada Phasma.
viewers.
Welcome,
Thanks
Raiders.
for the
How you
raid,
going?
Ada Phasma, and welcome everyone to the channel.
Welcome, Raiders. So this was my. You've just come in the middle of a nuclear build planning session, or at least re-going over the plan. So just quickly, here in Satisfactory Modeler is our plan to make nuclear power. Long term, we're going to make 12 times of this blueprint, which includes 3 nuclear reactors at 250%. So once complete, this will make 225 gigawatts of power. But planning it is complicated. I need to fit all these factories into the map that I've got. And so how do I do that? I actually used an image editor, which because I rebooted, I've closed. So let me just get that open again. Where did I put it? Using the Satisfactory map and loading the save game like I had before, I then decided to make little images for each of these factories and sort of plan it out. So you can see the 12 sets of 3 reactors around the perimeter there. And then, can I just zoom in a little bit here? There we go, I can. Okay. Garden Green, welcome, welcome. Ada Phasma, welcome, welcome. How are you all, Raider? Were you playing some Satisfactory, Ada Phasma? And have you ever done nuclear before? So this is trying to fit all the little factories in here. And so we've got crystal oscillators there. There's going to be lots of electromagnetic control rods. We got Caterium. So this is me trying to lay out to say, can all these factories fit in on the map we're going at? You're playing Satisfactory, not done nuclear, though I may attempt it this time though. Cool, cool. This is my first time doing nuclear as well, and I've decided to do a pretty ambitious build. I usually build a lot smaller than this, but I thought, let's use the entire swamp and see what we can come up with. There's also a few little factories down here that making sort of the raw resources, so the aluminium, the steel, the caterium, and the concrete, because we have some resource nodes down here. So these are kind of positioned to try and get the resources to not be too much spaghetti. I need to raid and lurk though. Have a lovely stream. No problems. Thank you very much for the raid.
ATER Phasma is now lurking.
Now notice there's also a train station here. We have some uranium way over here, but the other uranium is also a long distance away, and we also have no quartz nearby. So there will be a train line that will come in here that will be delivering uranium and quartz. So tonight I'm trying to flesh out a bit more of the architecture to try and build some of these, or at least put placeholders in to see if we can kind of get all of this to fit in. Yes, nuclear reactors are huge. They don't fit in a Blueprint Maker Mark II, which I was a little surprised. I've never actually built them before. So there is also the plutonium stage, which is not on this picture here. So if we go back here, these two are not shown on this image. The idea is going to be that they will sit on top of the middle section. So this middle section is all the uranium production, and then the waste will feed back into the middle, and then I'll have another ring on top, which is all the plutonium and waste management stuff. So that is what I've been busy planning and fiddling with. Let's jump back into VR and we'll see how we can progress this. I'm trying to lay out as much as possible in advance because while I'm using blueprints, I don't want to build half the factory and then realize there's not enough room for one particular thing or another and then have to rebuild it all. So that's why I've gone a little overboard with the planning and the spacing of this. I don't even know if I've done it right. I might have made mistakes. We shall find out. Now, just give me a sec. I need to reconnect my headset. I need to restart Satisfactory because we're having some technical difficulties a little earlier, and I rebooted my computer. So let me just fire that back up. Now let's close that image, although we'll probably be referring to it later. Now we can close that, and we need to run UEVR. I'll just move that onto the other screen. It's loading up Satisfactory now. Now, since I rebooted, do I have everything running? It should be running. That's a good question. I hope so. And have I solved the stability problems? We shall find out. Let me just inject into VR. Okay, so now here we are in VR, and we can look around this lovely menu that Coffee Stain have made. And did you know that if you turn around in the menu, you get hit by a truck? And behind that, there is a giant llama watching you pick your menu selections. Yep, that's got to be intentional. Like, they didn't accidentally put a llama there. So that's Coffee Stain for you. Okay. Why did that load? Sorry, I just saw Microsoft Edge just exploded on my computer for some reason. Okay, load game. And yes, this is the latest one we're up to. Now, as mentioned before, 1.2 of my mod has been released. It is now stable, so everyone can download and try out Satisfactory in VR. Here we are. I have chat. No, I do not have chat. That's not very good. What happened to chat? Helps if I restart the chat app, huh? Okay. That's better. And now I need my other control windows behind me. And I kind of probably missed some chat. Because things didn't load in the right order. Azirin, can you tell me if I missed any chat messages? Justice Guy, good morning, afternoon, evening. I can see that on my screen. Oh, that looks interesting. Top Dion X. Cool, thank you. Not much chat missed. Okay, cool. I now have all my tools in place, so we're back. Now, we're still where we were when we last loaded in, but this time when I come in, I have shifted everything across to be the new center over here. So if we fly over here, this is now the new center of the factory. And I've placed it such that there is still some landmass that is going to cause some logistics problems. But each of the arms is now the full length, same as before. And most of the corridors to the resources are now clear. So we can now start laying out the structure and the resources to get to where we want to go. Now, I think I'm going to start with trying to build what happens at the end of each of these particular stretches up to the nuclear reactors. Because basically there'll be resources that come along here, and then there'll be a couple of manufacturers here that will do the final construction of the nuclear or uranium fuel rods to power the generators. So we'll have a bunch of factories in the center, but then the final leg will be a couple of machines that lead up to it. And I'd like long corridors leading out with a walkway and resources out to each one. So I am going to stay up here because if I go further down, I'm going to get jumped by stingers. So I'm going to set up a temporary build space. Actually, I might do it. There's power over there, and we really want some power for the hover pack because otherwise building is going to be painful. So I will bring some power over. Actually, I'm probably not on motion stabilized. Just give me a sec. Oh, this is so slow. Which I can probably just... There we go. Right, I should change to stabilized. Okay, now the image should be stabler for flat viewing. Hopefully the frame rate is now decent now that we've solved our problems. And I am just going to put a few power connectors under here to give me some more hover pack coverage. I mean, this is just temporary construction spot, basically. Because using the hover pack makes building so much easier. So a lot of the building I'm going to do tonight is probably going to be sort of placeholder spacing stuff, but I am going to start with a little bit of design work to get kind of what the general theme of the main corridor is. So let's change to coated concrete foundations. Let's go 4 meter. Now, I've had thoughts about this, but I haven't actually tried building it, so it might all come out terrible. But we'll find out. We do not want white. White is not a swamp color. So let's go into here, and we're just going to use the carbon steel for painting our coated concrete, because carbon steel coated concrete looks nice and black. And I'm just going to change these to coated concrete because coated concrete is my preferred factory floor. Probably can't fit 4 in, can I? I think I'm going to be too close to the roof. Maybe not. Oops, no, don't put another whole blueprint maker there. Actually, we have a little bit of space above. Okay, we do actually have another 4 meters above. So we could make this higher, although we are probably going to be running pipes along the top or something like that. Okay, so that's that. Now, I wanted to make a walkway in the middle. Now here's the thing is, like, I'd like stuff underneath the walkway, so I want to leave enough room for some decent amount of logistics, but I also want, you know, some room above as well. I mean, that's probably, that is the dead center, but as far as standing on something, maybe I come down to that height. Now that is a pretty wide walkway, but that's kind of what I'd like. I could make it narrower in certain sections if required. For example, if we want to fit a train line down here, the walkway may need to be narrower. Although actually, a single train line can fit through there, as long as it's a single line, not a double line. Now I want this to be a little more interesting on the side here. How am I going to do this? I think if I make this a... it doesn't have the normal slopes on that screen. It's fine. You just want a normal ramp. Yeah. No, that's going to be an invert ramp. Can the invert ramp be selected from here? Oh, because that's normal ramp. No, the invert ramp is the one that's missing. Inverted ramp. Not corner. Just inverted ramp 4 meter, thanks. Okay, now we have the dreaded problem that half foundations are not symmetrical. I think that's probably fine. Now I'm going to get a sign. And I did see this in someone else's map, so I'm kind of stealing a little bit of the design here from somewhere else. That's actually not very tall, is it? Now, do I just want to use orange? Orange glowed up actually looks quite yellow. I was originally going to make everything green, but green is a bit stereotypical for nuclear and for swamp. And I did see someone else use orange, and it looked pretty spiffy. See, it doesn't look quite as orange when you put it like that. Now, for people who use the mod, last weekend I released an update and someone complained, not complained, they said, the mod's great, but I really want a way of copying settings. So on a PC, you can point at something like this and hit Control C, and then you can point there and you can hit Control V. And I was like, no, I've thought about that, can't do it, too hard. And then I got thinking about it all week, and now I've done it. So now I can copy that and paste there. Ta-da! Simple. So simple, you probably missed it unless you were paying really close attention to what I was doing. Okay, so now we have a bright, glowing feature corner to our edge piece. Now the thing is, I could make this taller. I could fit another 2 foundations. I could bring this up by 4 and I could bring that down by 4. But I kind of like this shape because it's not exactly symmetrical, but it's fairly symmetrical. And if I brought this up and down, then this is going to lose its near symmetricalness. So I think I'm going to keep this size and shape, even though it's not... I mean, this is all I can fit in this blueprint maker, basically. But I'm pretty happy with how that looks overall. Okay, again, we rotate that. Push it back a meter, and that can go up probably just 1 meter. Attach this. So if I just build that there, there'll be a black line across the middle. But these billboards, if you nudge them so they're overlapping, then the line disappears. These ones, that was lined up with that. Like, I'm being pedantic, but okay, it is the right height. Okay, so there we have sort of our feature corridor. Now, there will be resources that are in conveyor belts that are going to be running up and down this. I might do that later. I might just save this as is. And we'll take it from there. Okay, so this is corridor. It's kind of the join between them. Select icon. What icon should we use? Now, I might make a new subcategory here. Been a while since I've tested this keyboard. Let's see if it works. Nuclear station. So I close that. And save. Ta-da! Okay, cool. Actually, I need to put feet on it. I can do that later. This is just a draft, or at least a general framework at the moment. Later on, I will make a more complete, detailed version. But I just wanted to get the concept of the general outline going. Now we will slather glass all over it.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Actually, we probably want the window to line up with this, so not that far out. That's probably it. Now for the main windows, I'm tempted to just go the full frame window here, although they have a pretty big bar on them. Normally I go the honeycomb in this save through, but maybe I just go the single window because that's got a bit of a border around it. And let's see how that looks in carbon steel. Okay, so that looks okay in the carbon steel. So it's still mostly glass. It's not as clear as the just glass with the metal thing on it, and it's got a little bit of a frame on it. And then for the bits along the top, we can use... I might make concrete pillars and make it black, rather than using steel ones. Let's see how they look in carbon steel. Okay, they look nice and black too. Carbon steel, this works. Okay. Okay, I do need to take a break for ads. So let's just leave that as is. We could put a little bit of orange strip along here, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. I'm still trying to come to terms with how to make signs look good without killing performance. Okay, I'm going to take a short break here, and I will be back in a couple of minutes. Thanks for watching, and thanks for your patience with the earlier technical difficulties. Oops, I just snoozed the ads. That's the wrong button.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, and we are back from our break. We are in the swamp. We are slowly making a nuclear power station. We are taking things slowly because it is such a massive build, and I need to fit everything in this area. So I've done a lot of planning, and I think it'll fit, but we will find out. Albert Du Bois, hey, how's it going? How's the aluminium age treating me? Well, I haven't got very far because, well, I have aluminium. I don't have any power, so that's why we're working on nuclear power currently. So I'm starting to come up with some key bits of the build just to make sure it all works and fits and looks decent. So we're not going to do complete architecture today, but I'm doing a couple of bits of the general architecture just to get an idea for the feel of it and the layout of it. Now I need this wall on the other side. Not played Satisfactory because Factorio released an update and the high cost multiplier went up to max 100 times. Wow. Or is that 100,000 times? Is that a decimal point or a 1,000 delimiter? That would be a crazy scale. What am I doing? I am looking for some flooring, so I'll just use the flat roof for along the bottom here. And again, I will use these beams along there to cover that gap. And same at the top. I did not click build. I'm not sure if I'll keep this corridor full width the entire way. I could potentially have like a gap in the middle and have things going up and down in the gap, but for now I'll just fill it in. $100,000, wow. Yeah, that's the point. There are finite resources in that. So how does that work with if you just need so much for the output? Ah, that's higher on this side. Is that lined up? Yes, it is lined up. Oops. How does that work? Okay, and one more. Okay, so this is kind of a section of corridor. So these sections along here will consist of these segments. Now this is still a rough early design. I like the bright orange sides. Not sure on this style of window. I might change the style of window. We shall see. And definitely needs a few glowy bits inside. And the idea is we will have conveyors of resources going back and forth from the central factories here out to each of the end points. Okay. So this is not corridor join, corridor. Well, it's corridor. Let's call it a segment. Look, it remembers the directory name. How awesome is that? Only took them how many years? Okay, so we have a couple of architectural pieces. We can put them down somewhere and see how they fit, try them out. Trying to think of a spot that isn't overrun by stingers. I mean, oh, this is actually going to be interesting because I'm not going to have power. Like, now that I've started with the hover pack here, I'm kind of used to it and I want to keep it. So let's see what happens if we do this over here. Just realized that the actual blueprint is probably going to go right around that. Now that I've done that. Now the end bit leading up to it is a mini factory in and of itself. And basically it's two sets of two manufacturers. Now, I could have them vertically stacked, but I thought it might be cool just to lay them out side by side with a run either side of the main walkway. So let me just have a manufacturer. Bonk it there. On there. Enough space to lead the, so that will go probably directly into one of these. So that's probably fine. So this end bit will be, I can't remember if I'm using alt recipes or not. Yes, I am using alt recipes. No, I haven't unlocked them yet. Let me check the plan. So here's the plan. So this is basically the little factory build we're building here, is this line here. So this is... The double mouse is probably not going to play nice. It's not going to tell me the recipe name, is it? It's the alt recipe, and this is an alt recipe as well. So I will unlock those now, just so we have an idea of what we're doing. Infused uranium cells, that was one of them. And the other one... Not plutonium, uranium fuel unit. Yeah, this is the one. We've got crystal oscillators and control rods. That is the one we want. Actually, do I have any hard drives on me? Yes, I do. Okay, so this is uranium fuel unit. No. Yes. And it takes uranium cells as input, so this one is the infused uranium cells. So again, I'm just putting these down to get an idea of the layout and spacing. These are very not permanent place machines. I'll do blueprints up for these once they're ready. I'm just trying to get an idea of the layout. Okay, so those are those. We'll need an extra row for room for logistics to go in. So we'll have probably a segment at the end. I know it's a segment. I probably want to join at the end. I have no idea what height. I'm just making stuff up here. And I want a little expansion of the joint here. So this one will actually come back probably about there. So a segment, you would probably want to move this back. That far. I'm out by a meter. Damn it. So this is the idea. So the tree will go, but we will have this large corridor with all the resources coming along down here. Then we'll have the final machinery to make the uranium fuel rods, and then these two will merge together and then fuel the 3 reactors. Now I can probably bring this all a little bit this way. These actually have really good clipping boxes. Like when I put these are, if you look at the corner down the bottom there, these are nudged right next to each other, so they're not overlapping at all. But if I put one of these down here and I put it up against the edge here, you can actually overlap this corner quite a lot. So we could move those so they're kind of closer together like that. And then potentially let's... Can we snap on the edge here? Yes, we can. Okay, so we need to overlap another 1 meter. And that will kind of line up. Let's see if it'll let us do that. I mean, it's not exact. If we do a half nudge, it's kind of exact. We really want a half meter nudge on a nuclear reactor. Like that is perfect, but it is out by half meter. But it means you could actually have a walkway that goes all the way around all 3, and it'll all line up perfectly. Now, do we have enough room for the factory at this end is the burning question. Now, when I measured on the map, oh, we don't have enough power. Ah! Actually, I'm just going to do poles along the ground. Okay. So if we go out 15, that's 11. Okay. 12, 13, 14. So that's about how far we need to come out to bring out the factory components to have them fit. So I think our segments here might be just that long, and that's it. Again, I think I can move these and make these a little bit more compact here. But if I can have these walkways here line up to the ones that are actually on the nuclear reactors, or at least have a ramp, then that would be cool. Like this could come through forward another whole foundation, I reckon, easily. So we have a factory segment here. Now, I think basically there will be a perimeter around this distance that is a circle around it. And some factory segments may actually go further out and some in more, so it will not be symmetrical or even. I think the different circle sizes will be different. But I haven't really figured out what exactly is where yet and how it will fit. I did put it all on a diagram just to make sure it would fit, and it does fit, but you know, the diagram is certainly not the final blueprints, so we do not know for sure. So I probably should zoop out an entire circle perimeter and then delete most of it. Now, the problem is if we want a circle perimeter at 15, is going to have a bit of a gap. So from this distance, you can see there's already a gap here. Even that distance there, there's a slight gap there. So when we bring it out to this distance, we will need to do something creative on the borders. Probably just put half foundations to fill in the gap. But that is entirely dependent on how far out each factory segment goes. But we've certainly done bigger circles than this before, so... Now we're going to delete most of this inner circle here. Because it's just overlapping mess, and that is not conducive to a factory floor that lines up. So we'll have basically each factory segment will be square, and will line up with this particular spoke. That's probably a good radius to keep. I might put a couple more of these corridors around to get an idea spacing for a second one. And I just realised, what height am I at here? This is a join, therefore it's not going to easily tell me. How about I just shove it over here to get the height right? I think that's right. No, the top is too high. That is the right height. Okay, so back over here. Maybe I should have just done a glass section separate from the end caps. And that way I could just thwap it on wherever I want. So this effectively could be a 5 long tunnel, but I think I'll keep it to 4 long. Well, if I do make it 5 long, it would, I don't know if it'd make it simpler or not. Actually, what I should do is just one that is too long, and then that can be shoved on the edge of the other ones. So that is all the way around. Yes. I'm gonna keep this as a 5 length. But I'm gonna make a. YouTube is not responding. What? That's interesting, given that I'm not running YouTube. I feel like 1 long is the most versatile. 1 long would be the most versatile, yes. Maybe I should just do a 1 long. There is some logic in that for sure. Again, because this is kind of still exploratory, and I don't actually know how long I need it yet. So you are right, doing it 1 long is probably the most practical while we're figuring things out. I keep getting a pop-up in my quest telling me that YouTube is not responding, even though I'm not even running YouTube in the quest. And it steals focus, and it's getting a little annoying. Okay, there we go. 1 is the loneliest number. Did I just save that as 2? Oh, I guess I got a 2, which only has 1 in it now. Whoops. Yes, it is 1.2 Albert Dubois. Stable version of the mod released last week. Play between YouTube chat and stream is like 10 times less now. Oh, okay. I have had it on YouTube low latency for a while now. Like even when you were watching before, I'm pretty sure I had YouTube on low latency. But you know, who knows what YouTube settings are doing in the back end. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. And a segment. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now there will be a few spots where this does overlap some rock, and it's like, I'll deal with that when it happens. Okay, so we have a corridor here like this. Second corridor there, that one's this is attempt number 1, this is attempt number 2. Now, ideally, if we can keep the walkway here and fit the factories in between, that would be better. However, this is 4 across, so we don't really have a middle point here. That was the black one, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is, hang on, that's right, black. 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 Yeah, so the middle point would actually be between these two, which would be a fractional degree which will stuff up machines. For what is this tunnel? These tunnels are for resources going out to each of the 3 nuclear stations around the circle. So they are for foot access and also for running conveyor belts and pipes for resources for our nuclear station. And the idea is this is fully enclosed, so the stingers and that can frolic around outside to their heart's content and will be safe inside the building. So I will show you a diagram. Except I can't see. There we go. Hey, I got the right window. So this is the plan, generally speaking. So we'll have a number of smaller factories around the center here. So making rotors and crystal oscillators and a buttload of control rods and, you know, copper and iron and things like that. We'll have a train station here that is going to bring in the uranium and quartz. And then at the end of each run, so these corridors are like the corridors that go between the main factory here and the last bit of the factory that leads to each of the nuclear reactors. So we have basically 36 nuclear reactors total. So when finished, it'll be 36 at 250%. But we can't do that with the current belt speed and resources. So we'll target these at 125% for the initial target. But I am going to build all 36 of them. Well, I've plumped the nuclear reactors down just to kind of make sure they all fit and are laid out. This is my circle blueprint. I made this back in like session 3 or 4 or something like that, and I've been using it everywhere just to make circles. So, given that we can't have a factory between these two exactly, that means we probably need to put the factory lined up. I'm just going to delete this. So, for example, if we have, let's use an existing blueprint, and we're going to have to redo most of the blueprints, but let's say we have, I don't have focus, hang on. Let's try, why is that not scrolling? Hello? Should have focus. So let's say we have our crystal oscillator blueprint here. Then we'd put it, maybe here. And that might rise 6 into the sky. Might be quite huge. And then further around the corner here, we might have a different factory. So we might have, wow, my scroll is not working. That's interesting. Most of these we aren't actually using, so we're going to have to do new ones. But let's just say we have, a whole pile of assemblers. So then we might have assemblers here like this. And that might tower into the sky as well. So we'll have this central section here, which is just going to be full of factories. But the limiting factor is the space between the factories as you go around the circle, which is why they're kind of on the outer rim part of it. Because if we have, let's say, crystal oscillators here, then where's the closest we can have such that the factories won't overlap each other, but also do allow enough room for a walkway between the factories. So if we had that there, and then we had another one around here, I'm already run out of resources. You know, this is too close. There's no walkway between the factories. Unless we have the walkway under the factories. We could put the factories kind of elevated above it. And so there'll be different stacks of different factories all the way around the perimeter. But if you look at the map, we've kind of got 1, 2, this is a small one here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 that are 5 by 5. And the electromagnetic rods, I'm estimating, will be 10 by 5. We could potentially turn these sideways and run them in towards the center, perhaps, depending on how the layout of the factory is. And there's another factory in the middle there. So I need to figure out how I'm going to lay these out and still have walkway access between everything. But the gist of the build, it's not common to see factories in this area. Curious, how do you plan on seeing the plants into the environment? Well, I moved this entire structure around till I mostly missed land masses. So originally this entire thing was like a few hundred meters this way, and the generators over here were running into the terrain. So this is the original center. So when I first tried it just as an initial planning proof of concept, I tried the center here, but it was running into, like, you can see that mountain rising up there. It ran into that, and it ran into the mountains back there. So I used the Satisfactory calculator website to basically move the entire structure and move it around until I found a space where it's not conflicting too much with the terrain. Because ideally, I don't want things to be fully elevated. I'd like things to be somewhat close to the ground. So that's why, I'd like the walkways here, so you can actually admire the stingers out the window as you walk down and inspect your nuclear factory. So that's the concept. And this is the thing, is like, because there's so many bits, I'm sort of prototyping and doing out test segments here to try and see if I can get it to fit. So I might need to try and design my blueprints so they're all a little wedge shaped. If they're all a little wedge shaped, that would help with the layout. But it might just be that if I have a blueprint here, that it's just raised up, and then the walkway would run underneath it. In which case this entire walkway really should be lower, which is possibly what I'm going to have to go with. But then if you've got resources coming in and out, is that going to conflict with the walkway as well? So that is probably what I'll have to do, is to bring this walkway down lower and bring it under the factories, because otherwise I don't think I'm going to fit everything in around the circle. Probably won't be any stingers once everything is powered up. Well, the idea is I'm going to leave the stingers alone. Now I'm killing them at the moment if they attack me, because I haven't seen any tonight, touch wood, or touch stinger. And no one summoned any for me. But yeah, everything will be powered down, and so a day cycle will reset all the mobs, and all the mobs will respawn. And so the idea is the mobs will respawn outside of the factory, such that they won't get in the way. There are some resource nodes that are close to these corridors that I need to factor in as well. I might have a go next at finalizing this a bit more to see how compact I can get this. Now, I've made it hard for myself in that I could have done this as like stacked things on top of each other and squeezed it in the space better. Maybe I should. It's just less interesting than seeing the machines run with the materials coming up. So this will actually have to be done as effectively 2, maybe even 4 blueprints. So how would that look? This balloon tree might need to go. I mean, eventually a lot of the the foliage will have to go. Oh, if it wants to go. Oh. I thought everything was destructible now. Maybe I need nukes to take it out. I mean, there are some rocks that take multiple grenades to take out. But they told me these were blowable up now. Nuke it? Well, I've got a few nuke grenades at home. Not really going to help at the moment, though, and it's a little drastic. But I could try obelisks. Ah! Am I safe? Okay. Thanks, Russ. Keep me on my toes. For those who missed the shenanigans last fortnight, that redeem now has a random chance of summoning real stingers. Okay, if that doesn't move it, I think it's permanent. There you go. All it took was a Reaper Leviathan to take it out. But it's gone, and it was blowing up the top bit that did it. Thank you for the redeems. Keep me on my toes. Although the Reaper Leviathan was kind of lost a bit in the explosion. Yeah, for most gardening needs, the good old explosive rebar is enough. Okay, so let's move these in a little bit as well. Again, these probably have a bit of movement that we can move them quite a bit further back as well. Oi! What? Crap! Oh, what? Where'd you come from? Ah. Okay, that is 6 across and 6 in. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Azure Wren says, dinner should be ready by the next ad break.
Okie dokie. Oh, leave me out of a PC case transplant. Is there something wrong with your PC case? And I don't know if we're particularly good at talking you out of anything. I would say we are more on the side of bad influence, don't we? Actually, I will go with a thin one through here. And then I'm going to use the Blueprint Designer Mark II. And then another Blueprint Designer. Should really face them around the right way, shouldn't I? Is that... Why is that up a meter? Ah, because it's on top of the other one, that's why. Okay, so now we have two blueprint makers side by side, and we can basically build the last stretch of factory here on the two blueprints here, either side of the walkway, and see how they fit together so we can space it out. Eyeing off a new motherboard too, and eventually a new CPU, but not new RAM, I'm guessing. Your all-in-one might be due for a replacement now I think about it. They generally only have a 5-year lifespan. Okay. Does it have real RAM that you can transplant to a new computer? Because that's the hot topic in this day and age. Maybe I should just do one first and then the other. $32 gig of DDR4? Yes, keep that 32 gig of DDR4. It's a bit scary. Like, I have a good computer currently, and I have a good graphics card currently. I really couldn't afford a replacement if any of it goes bust, so... Okay, so... We can keep the front pretty tight because we can fit a tight lift in there. Thing is, if we put that there, is there enough room for another one behind it? No. Okay, so this will not fit in a single blueprint. We're going to need to make this as four separate blueprints, effectively. That's annoying unless we go up. But that will have to do, which means... yeah. You have an old motherboard and it can't upgrade your i5. Built in 2019, 2 years past the 5-year cycle everyone talks about. Yeah, I mean... Computers are being stretched more and more, especially in the current situation where AI is making everything stupid. Ideally, I like 64 gig, limited by my insistence on mini ITX. I like mini ITX builds. Actually, I used to do mini ITX, but I struggled to get the performance, so I went micro ATX for a while. And then over time, the micro ATX turned into... My latest one is just an ATX card. motherboard, because if you're fitting a 5080 in, you're not going to get anything micro. Doing motherboard and CPU upgrades, should I just buy the bullet and upgrade to DDR5? Oof. I mean, it would be cheaper to get a second 32 gig of DDR4. Like, for most purposes, there's not a performance increase, but, or it is very minor, but newer CPUs may require DDR5, is the problem. How am I doing this? Not a mini ITX build because you only have 2 RAM slots. Ah, okay, yes. I'm pretty sure there are some mini ITXs that do have 4 slots, but it would be difficult. Like, there's only a few. Okay, let's go with the old pattern of centering it. We'll leave a bit of space because we know it's not going to fit. Let's raise this up. Maybe just up 5. And then on the edge, we basically want the same edge that is here. But I'm wondering if we can bring it in to here. Probably, maybe? Now this will have resources come in from below and feed up. So if we have a resource line back here, this is where I'm thinking that this will probably be kind of across here like this, with so we've got 3 resources per side, so it'd be kind of there. Maybe not that high. Very easy to drag those too high. And there can be other resources in the middle here, so this might extend all the way across. So the resources on the top here will go into the back one, and then the resources in the next line will go into the front one. So maybe we should really be building the back one first, I think. Don't really need out specific cases of relatively good luxury. Yeah, mini ITX is definitely a luxury, but it is really nice. Yeah, it is starting to sound like a full system. It's a new power supply and GPU. GPU, not great. Ah, 4060 Ti, cool. So if I go with this pattern again, that didn't do the right thing. How is that dinner ETA Azurin? Just realized this isn't actually lined up with this wall, so it doesn't help when I'm lining this up. If I look at the foundation, how the foundation is lined up, let's go with that. So it's actually... This is the back one, which will be the infused uranium cells. So we need uranium, silica, sulfur, and quick wire. Now the uranium is special. I think I will bring the uranium down either the middle or maybe even up on the roof. So the uranium I might feed along the roof. That way it's not right near the walkway. And then it would split and come down into it. So we could bring the uranium into the far one. So let's do enough side paneling here so that we've got the general layout here. I think it was 3. It was 3. You know what? I can build one of these end bits. Whoa, stop spinning. I could build this in the blueprint here and check it out for size, or at least I can put it up against it. And I've gone too high. Okay, that's interesting. Ah, all right, that. No, that's not right. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Yep, I see. I see what I've done wrong. It's that there that's not right. That is literally just Ah, yep. Okay, yep. Uh-huh. It's not that piece. It's the inverse of that.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Okay, do we have dinner on the horizon, Azuran?
Azuren says, dinner is being served up.
Cool. Okay, now that looks better. Let's just check it because we're paranoid. Okay, that now matches our joining piece. And the floor height is the correct height. And the walkway is much higher than expected, but that's okay. We can work with that. That might be worth actually memorizing what the height is. It's lined up with that line there, so... Damn it, I've forgotten what line it was. I think it was that one. Yes, because these supports here were down at this level here, not that level, but along here, which means they almost line up perfectly. Dinner's ready? Okay. Oh, my bitrate is a bit red. Okay, I'm going to take a break for dinner, folks. We are having spaghetti bolognese tonight. We have kangaroo mince. The bolognese we made actually previously, and it's been in the freezer, so it's a bit of a quickie meal. All the hard work was done on a previous date, which is good because we're all getting over COVID and we're all feeling lousy. So Calcifer has been prepping that for us. I will put on some words on stream to entertain you all, hopefully, and I will be back in about 15 minutes. Let me just save the game. And okay, that is saved. Taking off controllers and headsets. Loading up words on stream, control panel. Oh, it's still stealing my mouse control. Saving is overrated. Not when people can summon stingers on you, it's not. Although, hypothetically, you shouldn't be able to do that while I'm on the Be Right Back screen. Yes, I know there's an ad break
Incoming
incoming.
propaganda.
That's why I'm
Seek
stopping for
shelter
dinner.
immediately.
That shouldn't have gone off on the Be Right Back stream. Ah, because I didn't run the ad manually. That's why I didn't do it. Okay. Hang on a sec. There we go. It's all set. Okay, over to you guys. I'm going to go eat some food. Back soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Ooh, that was close. Okay, I'll leave it there. Let me just put my headset back on. Yeah, there were at least 3 times there, Russ, where on my screen I typed in the word before you and you got it. So it must have been a network sync thing where, yeah, it was showing me what I typed, but it still was sending it to the server. 3 times you got me in front of just in time. Okay, so this is a bit of a diagram of what I'm trying to accomplish tonight, or at least see the proof of concept is working. So this is my little nuclear factory, which once it's complete will be generating 225 gigawatts of power. And this is me attempting to lay out all the bits and pieces of the factory to try and get it to fit into this layout that I've done. So I've made a circle with 12 sort of corridors leading out, and at the end of each of the 12 corridors we have 3 nuclear power plants. Now long term these will be 250% overclocked, but because we're on Mark 5 belts at the moment, the first version will be 125, but I want to build all the infrastructure now so that as soon as we unlock Mark 6 belts we can come in and very easily double the power. So what we're working on now is this little bit that's just before each of the factories. I'm trying to, this little bit of factory here is kind of 4 manufacturers. And so I'm trying to blueprint this part up, at least for an initial blueprint, just to get an idea of spacing, because this needs to fit in with the reactors as well as the corridors leading back to all the factories in the middle. Thank you for the power outage. We also need to start figuring out which resources we're going to use. So most of the nodes you see there we are using. We're not using the normal iron nodes at the top there, I don't think, but we are using that iron, that copper, and we also have down the bottom here a bunch of resource mini factories that are using these resources down here to produce aluminium, concrete, deuterium, and steel. So that's what we're working on. At the moment, I'm just trying to figure out if this layout will actually work. So let me just put my headset back on and we'll jump back into it. But it's going to probably take many sessions of building blueprints before this thing is online. Okay, just need to reconnect to my PC with my headset. Yeah, the auto stabilization script I've got is not working, so I apologize if some of the interfaces are a bit shaky in game. Okay, here we are, and double press that, and I'm in VR, and put my dashboards behind me. So stabilization is on, which makes the 3D stuff stable, but when I open a user interface like this, this is probably a bit shaky until the auto stabilization locks onto it. Okay, so as I said, we're kind of trying to build this last bit of factory here to see how it fits in. We've also started to work on sort of the corridor that will go between each of the segments. So we've got a bit of a signs light feature on the side there and a lot of glass. We could possibly make this a little more curved, maybe have a, no, actually there is no window that is steeper than the 4-meter one, not without mods, so I guess that's what we'll have to stick with. My voice is a little croaky. Apologies about that. I am currently getting over COVID, which is not great. So here's kind of what we're working with. So the idea is this corridor will have all the resources coming down underneath the walkway here on these walkways, on these conveyor mounts. And then at the end, it will branch into a larger section that will basically have a number of manufacturers either side. So this is kind of where these resources height-wise are coming in. Is that right? No, that's on the bottom. That is not where they will be. This walkway here is where these will be. So they will be here, that's right. And there will be an extra resource, which will be the raw uranium, which I'll probably bring along the roof or maybe up in the rafters up here. But the rest of the resources will come in here. So this should look something like the walkway over here, if I've got the positioning right. That actually does not look right. I think this walkway is a little further that way in that diagram. So we want these resources on the top to go into this machine and the resources on the bottom to actually go further underneath. So this machine needs to be higher up. So if we put it at that height, it will be equal with the stuff feeding in. But that is not going to be enough distance. These could be moved back though. These are just kind of placeholders at this point. How are we looking at the front actually? We do have space at the front, but I might move this back a little bit as well. Let's put it there for now. Should probably think about sleeps. No problems, Russ. Thanks for hanging out and thanks for playing Words with us. Like we probably could have this here. So from here we can go into straight mode and we should just be able to go, yeah, not that way around. The problem is we're going to have to tweak the spacing. Maybe we stagger these, maybe that's how we do it. Is that too close? Oops, I fell down. Come on, Hoverpack, you can do it. Thank you. Ah, look at that. Stop zooping. Thank you. So that's reasonable. And then basically the ones that are down here will continue running forward to the next manufacturer. I don't have anything running on power here at the moment, Dippy. Hey, Dippy, good evening. How are you going? How's things in your part of the world? So we can bring this across a bit. Because we need a way of sort of joining this onto that as well. So some kind of wall, some kind of diagonal wall. Ah, that was a real stinger. That was not a redeem sound. I think there's a poison stinger below me, folks. I probably should take care of him. Not that one. Dippy, have you got 1.2 working under Linux yet, or are you still on 1.1? Yep, I was right. Oh, crap. Yes, go chase the nuclear hog. Go hogs. And the hogs won. That's going to be a problem if the hogs spot me, because they will probably pew-pew me. Toasty's still on 1.1. Well, I've got a new feature in 1.2.1 coming up that you might be interested in. Let's say I am on heavy frames on this machine over here. And this one is, oh, I haven't even picked a recipe here. This is infused uranium cells. So let's put some shards in there as well. Let's say I want to copy the settings from here to there. I can now go copy settings. Copy settings. Did that actually work? No, it didn't work. There we go. Settings copied. Settings pasted. Ta-da! Copy and paste working without needing any going into the menus or anything. Distracted by Into the Radius now. Ooh, the first one or the second one? The problem with this is if I put this here, that's probably going to look ugly. Yeah, a little ugly. It is also cutting in too close. I mean, that's not too bad, I guess. Because basically this will be the uranium. Yeah, no, that's clipping too much. That'll come in there like that. First one, it was marinating your library for 5 years. I have a lot of titles that are doing that. I mean, we could tilt this at a different angle. Although keeping it nice and abrupt would save on space. Can't actually build this, but it will kind of be there. So if I do angle along there, that would be good. It means I might have to move everything forward slightly. That is too low. I got the wrong heights. No, because that's a diagonal that comes up here like that, so that's still correct. But this will be wrong, because this will need to be angled under like this. I don't know if that's lined up correctly or not, but I'm going to go with it, and I guess we'll find out when we build it all together. Okay, where's that control panel? It's this end, isn't it? So this is the infused uranium cell. So this is actually the factory part. And an icon. Wow, there's no part for infused uranium cell? Actually, that's an old recipe. It's just called a uranium cell. Which one's the cell? That one. I have a tree branch sticking in my head. Okay. No, cancel. Close. Save. That's better. Oops. Okay. So now if we come across to this side, which was our very first early prototype, let's delete this. And then let's build our new production fused uranium cell. Theoretically, I should be able to attach it to here at the right height. Okay, I think that is correct. Obviously, there's a bit of a gap there that we'll have to solve. There's not a... Yeah, there should be enough space there, actually. This could come forward a little bit, I think. I think that could shift forward. Hey, relax. Stand up starting. Thanks for the Friday reminder. No problems. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so now we need part 2. So part 2 is... How are we going to do this? Did I get the heights right for the walkway? Ah, this one doesn't have the new bit yet. Those are manually built. Okay, let's redo these as part of the blueprint. I don't sample a single window, sample that. Thank you. Oops, got too many walkways there. Actually, it's the ring on the end I need to redo. And I haven't actually put the walkways in the ring yet. So how did I do those? Because that was just a kind of a proof of concept. Okay, so a line across there, stack them up there. Thoughts of glouts? Do you ever feel sick playing in VR for hours? I do not, at least not playing Satisfactory. I can quite easily do. I think 7 or 8 hours stream has been my longest stream so far, and I don't get any motion sickness or headaches at all from it. It does help if you have a good computer with a good frame rate, and so I've tuned my setup so that I get... Basically, it renders the game at 60 frames a second, and then I'm using synchronous space warp in the headset to get 120 frames a second. So it's nice and smooth in the headset, and it's the perfect frame rate for streaming. What am I loading? I'm loading architecture. But motion sickness in VR affects people very differently. And some people, they can be effectively trained out of motion sickness. So your body can adjust and get used to it so you don't get any symptoms. Some people start without having motion sickness. I know people who bought a headset just for playing Satisfactory in VR, and they jumped straight in, no problems, no motion sickness at all, which is pretty amazing, because usually things like smooth turns, so if I use the joystick to turn smoothly like this, when I first started in VR, this would make me dizzy and fall over. But moving like forwards, backwards, side to side, I was always pretty okay with in VR. I didn't really have a problem. But the turning, definitely, I had problems with. But over time, and with a bit of practice, my body and my mind got used to the fact that I was doing this turning motion, and I might actually put 3 here like this. Oops. Although some of these might need pipes down them, not just conveyors, so this may all change. I think starting with conveyors is probably a good starting point. Jugular! Hello, hello! How are we doing? I'm doing much better than last week, thanks. Last week I was dealing with COVID, which sucked. Ah! Hang on. How did you make the power go out and I plummeted from my hover pack at exactly the same time? That was, actually, it might not have been coincident. I think that was supposed to be connected to that, but that was perfect timing. You redeemed the power out and my hover pack cut out. Uh-oh. I don't trust that redeem anymore. Crap, I hear them too. Well, yep, that got real ones. Thank you. Well, a real one. And all mine changed his mods so that they don't... Ooh. They don't appear in the air and drop anymore. So there used to be a telling sign that they would spawn in the air and then fall down, and I'd see them out the corner of my eye every time. But he's changed it so they spawn at ground level now, or they spawn on the floor, so I don't always know. Hey, there you go, speak of the devil. All mine, I have your updated mod, and I have some feedback. Yeah, if I'm in my safe house, why do they spawn in my safe house with me instead of on the roof? You love this add-on? Well, you can thank all mine. We want the join. Now, did I get them to line up properly? Not if I connect to the wrong spot. That looks pretty good. Hooray! So basically this will run all the way down to here. And I will need to put a better lift in there for the uranium to come down. So that'll be the raw uranium. So this is in case uranium cells. So we'll have silica, sulfur, and quick-wire come along here. And then the uranium I'm going to feed in through a separate loop that's going to come in from above. We can defeat Chinese version, but an Aussie one is too dangerous. An Aussie stinger, yeah. Crikey. Okay, so this kind of works, but I need to figure out the connection between this and there. This probably needs a vertical in it. Let's try putting a vertical over there. No, it's going to need more than that. Okay. It could overlap. I think if I nudged it that way, it could work. I'd have to test it some more. I think in general, the layout for this blueprint is okay. I will need to do the roof properly so that we can make sure this uranium belt is going the right way. There's an Australian virus that kills even the battle-hardened Australian people. Okay, so let's get a hole, and I'm just going to nudge it. I think I can go all the way to there, actually. Although I reckon I can use a shorter hole. This will just be, no, not a conveyor. Lift, please. There, that's more snug. It's now not going to clip in with the wall at all. And this can, that's fine clipping into the roof there, but this can then run along the roof. Although it will need to actually turn in. And we might have troubles with the higher section of this. So we should probably sort that out before we get too far ahead. Although I've done this all as wall, and technically it'll probably be some glass. Yeah, okay, that needs to nudge across. Yeah, that's not great. Again, it's going to have to come across. That's a small detail I can sort out later, though. I don't need to futz around with that all night. I'm just after the general layout here at the moment. So glad that there is no Aussie roaches in your country. Oh. Azuren, did I tell you I got my ADHD diagnosis and prescription already? Relax, says Azuren. I don't know if you saw that. I think I mentioned it to Azure. Okay,
Incoming
so
propaganda broadcast detected.
already?
Please seek shelter.
This is what happens when you take a dinner break. So that can kind of go through like that. That won't be there. That won't be there. It will instead be... Come on, let me attach to the right spot. Okay, it really wants me to attach this one first. Or not. Come on. How about I do it from this side? Right, slowly making progress. But again, I'm not going to fiddle too much with design on this. I just need the general layout, and I need to know that it's all going to fit. So this will be the concept. So the next one is we'll build the other manufacturer in front on a different blueprint, and then that will lead into there. So I'm going to take a couple of minutes break here for Twitch to throw some ads at some people, and we'll be back shortly. And I'm going to pause it, and I'm going to switch modes so no one will be able to jump me with stingers, theoretically, while I'm on break. I'll be back shortly.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate. Oh. My mic is open. Whoops. Thank you.
Okay, we are back. How is the stream looking for everyone? Because my Twitch dashboard reckons the bitrate is having some issues. We had some problems earlier in the stream, but that's because I was running on Wi-Fi instead of
Azure Wren
Ethernet.
says, it seems okay.
Azure Wren says it seems okay. Okay. Well, maybe it's getting enough bits to give a decent image, even if it thinks it's not getting the full image. Thank you for that feedback. Okay. Right. So next is to basically build the second half of this. And I need to shuffle everything, but I think the easiest way to do that will be to just build here and rebuild on top of this one. Oops, and my headset just went blank. Let me just take it off and put it on again. Please, please, Steam Frame, hurry up and release. I'm getting tired of the quest and its problems. And I'm still seeing a black screen. Come on. Don't do this to me. Take 1 week off and then I get hounded by technical difficulties. Okay, let's try it now. Stream seems okay to all mine. Cool, cool. Right, let's see if that fixes the problem. That's too far low down. Unless I decide to move everything, in which case it might be the right height. Okay, so this one won't have these diagonal bits on it, because this will be a continuation of the first blueprint. Are you able to buy a Steam frame when it launched? Well, I'll be able to put an order in for a Steam frame when it launches. Whether I'll get it straight away or not is a completely separate issue. I'm hoping that I'll be in the early batch. I need that height to be the same, so let's actually... put some foundations down. Was it there? I don't know. I don't know. I think it was there. Although now that I've seen that, I think this will need to come forwards a bit, because this has to kind of go here. think that's probably too close. Oh, it does fit. Okay. So our idea is you go like that, and then you go like this, and then it will snap on like that. So this will go here. And this one will go here. Although these will actually need to be closer to these ones. Soon TM. Yes. Hey, Essenberg, how's it going? Good evening. We are pottering in the swamp here. We are trying to make an interesting...
I have it on record that Eskinber is an exemplary pioneer and recommend that you check out their channel.
So we are in the swamp making nuclear power stations. So we're working on layouts tonight with a little bit of architecture design. So this is kind of the first pass at sort of the corridors that will lead out to each nuclear station. And now I'm just trying to get the bits of machinery at the end of the run. So basically there'll be all the materials will be made in the middle, and then they'll all come down in conveyor belts here. And then the last steps will be turning all these materials, including the raw uranium, into cells. And then the cells will go on to make the fuel rods, which will then go into the nuclear reactors. So that's kind of what we're working on currently. I have to go in the office business. Yes, this is the nuclear plant. So yeah, I've sort of spec'd up all the little factories I need, and I've done let me alt tab. I've done a kind of a map of where all the factories will be roughly laid out, just to make sure they all fit. So this is like the end corridor here of each one that I'm building currently. But there'll be, you know, factories for crystal oscillators, lots of factories for the control rods, quick wire. This is just the copper and iron used by other things, and rotors. And we will have a train line that is bringing uranium and quartz from elsewhere on the map. So they'll bring those raw materials in here. The quartz will be used by the factories here, as well as feed down to the endpoints here. And then the uranium will feed around the circle in a load balanced way. I'm going to attempt to not have any uranium backup, is the plan. I'll see how well I can accomplish that. But other than that, we're going to be using the other local resources around. And down the bottom here are some other resource factories that are using resources from here to make the concrete, aluminium, steel, and the deuterium. And then there's another phase, which is the waste cleanup, which will sit above this. So this will be sort of the uranium production, and then there'll be another floor on top of it, which will be the plutonium waste cleanup. That's if it all comes together. So I've done lots of planning, and time will tell if it actually... I mean, it'll fit fine. I think the biggest question is how long can I make these cool corridors, because these cool corridors look cool. So I've kind of put a sample factory there with, I think I can get the 2 segments of corridor in before I then need to do the final section that leads to the nuclear. So maybe not as long a corridor run as I would have liked, but I think it will look quite effective once it's all built. So that's the loose plan. Okay. So we should be able to put a stompy lift on each of these. I could make that a meter more compact. Like I could bring that back to there. I could also bring these further back. Actually, these could fit under the other manufacturer, so maybe there's some overlap we can kind of clean up there. That might be a good space saver. And these, I'll probably make some of these glass later on for a bit more texture, or at least I'll put some more glowy bits on for a bit more interest. But at the moment it's just putting the walls down there as the boundary. And I need to figure out what sort of architecture I'm going to do around the actual nuclear plants as well. So this is going to be using the uranium fuel unit alternate recipe. So the cells coming from the previous manufacturer will lead in here. Then we've got the control rods, crystal oscillators and rotors. So those will be coming along on the bottom of the conveyor lines there. So let me save this, and then let's mash them together and see if they actually work decently. What is this? I've forgotten already. Fuel rod. First time building nuclear, so a bit new to this. So that is a U fuel rod. Surely if we search for rod, it'll find it. That looks like plutonium. That looks like uranium. Yes. Actually, that might be in fixonium, that other one. Right, so let's go over to our test build over here. So this is now sticking out too far, but you see I can pull this back possibly to there, which does actually clear the reactor, but actually this reactor hasn't been moved yet, so let's put that there, because these actually have very generous clipping, so even though the corner is overlapped there now, they actually have good soft clipping, so you can overlap them quite a lot without any problems. Lots of room now. Okay. Actually, that one's brought in even closer, because this one I was experimenting with actually putting a walkway around, so yeah, that could come in even closer. But this is kind of how the build would be. Now, does this fit? That is spot on. So basically this is the encased uranium cell output, comes in to the fuel rod input. That's there. And along the bottom here, this should line up height-wise. Like that. Now that's going to be tight. Now I could always do a lift and bring this lower and bring it along lower and bring it under the manufacturer. But what are we bringing in here? Control rods are pretty small. They would probably fit under fine. So if there were control rods on that belt, they would fit under there fine. It just depends on what supports I put to hold this up, whether it's actually going to cover the conveyor, or I could do a tunnel. So I could do sort of an actual foundation here and then put holes along here so that it looks like it's piped through the thing. That's probably a neater solution. So that fits quite nicely. So it's a little longer than I'd hope total length, but there's enough room there to have that come out and then go into a splitter in the middle and then, sorry, merger and then split into the 3 there. So there's a 4 meter overlap here. So we need to either bring one of the recipes back 4 meters. I mean, the positioning of those means that we could fit that 4 meter back. And that's probably easier. Although then there'd be even more space at the front, but that's not terrible. Or we could bring this one forward a little and give this one a bit more room. Although it does fit kind of okay there. So that way you'll be walking along the walkway here and you'll have all the materials whizzing past, but the uranium will go overhead. Okay, cool. I think I might just leave it as is and do the 4 meter overlap at this stage. I think that's fine. Okay, that's a bit too far forward. Again, this is not a final design. This is more just getting all the spacing set out correctly. Okay, so we'll do a bunch of detail along here, sort of similar to this. I might do some glass along the side. Probably glass through here as well. Okay, so let's... The problem is this is further back than this one here. So this is encroaching more on our factory space if we stick to 4 segments along here. And that's going to really come down to how big these factories get and how close I can have them, how snug I can have them in. Now, can I bring this forward more? Because this space here is quite wasted. It'd be nice if this could come flush to this. Oh, I'm on top of another blueprint. That's why it's not snapping to that one. And we do need to do the mirror side version as well, so... It is very dark. Why is it so dark? It's like really dark. Yeah, you know what? I think I can do that. Like, it is oppressively dark. Even with my headlight on. I mean, I am making black things in a black swamp, but even still. Ah! Gee, thanks, Dippy. Whoa. Felt that go down my spine. Yes, hello darkness indeed. Jeez. See, we can do a diagonal one here, like this. It's not quite a perfect line there, but it's not too bad. I reckon I could get it closer and more spot on. See, this is sticking out a bit too. You don't really want that sticking out. What we need is actually probably a cornered piece designed specifically with the light built in. And it's all 45 degrees, so that's easy to do in a blueprint maker. Now I could even make this a diagonal angle here so that it looks angled from both sides, maybe? Or it could just be angled on the corner like that. This is bigger than will fit in the width of the blueprint though. Or is it? No, I can... Yeah, no, I can't. Okay, yeah, because it's sticking out. But yeah, I think for the end bits, I could do a diagonal slice of this that sits at an angle like that. Hey, Bailey Building, good evening. How are you going? I probably could build it into the blueprint though. We are in the swamp working on layout logistics for nuclear power. Trying to remember if this was lined up with that correctly or not. I think it was. I think so. If I build a flat section in here. It's just so very dark. Come on, please snap to the logical place. So if I've got it right, this should match up with that and technically replace it if I... That did not vertically zoom like I wanted. You figured out the wet shader, by the way. And no, I haven't, Dippy, and I've talked to the Satisfactory devs themselves about it, and they told me this is how the pipeline works and the render pipeline, and I'm like, okay. It did not help. I mean, thanks to them for doing it, but you know, they're kind of clueless about the VR side of things. The frustrating thing is the wet reflections seem to work in the main menu. Like the main menu, they look... So I did a test where wet asphalt is one of the ones where it only shows in one eye and not the other. But on the main menu screen, there's asphalt everywhere, and the wet reflections work fine in both eyes. So I don't know. It is a little frustrating. Okay, so this is going to be a little tricky to line up. Unless a half nudge works. Hey, look, a half nudge worked. Ish. It would be better to get a 45-degree straight off the sign if I can. Yeah, I know it's right on the border. Everything else is going to be nudged wrong, though. If I take it from a back corner... I wonder if I can nudge it and have it diagonally nudge, which is usually what you want. Actually have it nudge into the right place.
A skimber is now lurking.
No problem, thank you for the lurker, Sinber. And that is not diagonal nudging. Again, I'm probably obsessing more about this than I really need to at this stage. It is not a priority. There's a little bit that's not quite lined up there, and a bit down the bottom. That could be fine. We should put up big spotlights. Okay, let's try that out. Actually, I'm just going to delete this whole bit. I mean, that's kind of where it would be, actually. And that's our nudge forward for. One, two, three, four, that's 5 segments. So let's take off that segment. Put on a segment there. So that goes into that, which is an end and a side one. We could put another one on the corner here, and putting these lights on it will cover up this sort of rough corner that doesn't quite match up, and take it through to the end. And that did fit, didn't it? Yep. I think that's a winner. At least it's good enough for now, and the spacing is fine. It doesn't buy us extra space. Well, how do we space these out over here? Well, that's interesting. It will snap to there, but not to there. Mustn't want to cover up the walkway. So yeah, this whole thing could come forward a bit technically. Walkways down the middle. Why is that sticking out? Whoops, I think that was sideways. Okay, so we've kind of got a general walkway design. We've kind of got an end of factory run here leading into the nuclear reactors. These could always go up higher if we did need more space as well. Now, this is only not as many segments as I would have liked to have fit in. We could try it just with 3 segments of glass, but I kind of like 4 segments. I think 4 is spaced out nicely, which is why this layout here looks a bit better, but this hasn't crammed both sets of machines in yet. Actually, why don't I tear this down and build it on this one as well and see if it fits here. And we need to mirror it. We need to do a separate set the other side. Actually, those will leave. I didn't do it full height. Is it that height? No, it's not. It's that. Yeah, this won't fit unless this all moves back a bit, and that's possible. Like, we've got enough space to do a slab back here. Let's have a scout around and see if we have the opportunity to just eke that one extra slab of space in at the back. This is going to encroach closer on the rock, but if it's vertically aligned a bit, it could theoretically fit in there. In fact, that's not breaking the ground, so that's fine. Bit of gardening while I'm here. That'll fit fine. It's got a nuclear hog hiding at the back, but it's all good so far if we want to bring it out an extra slab. Okay, no problems so far, and we're more than halfway around. Now, I happen to know one of these has 2 local residents that might be angry at me, so... Come on, I really don't want to run out of fuel right where this thing is nearby. That would be bad. Although it might be entertaining, I guess. Okay, we're all good for space. And now we're back at the start. Okay, so all of them, we can move the reactors back at least a slab, if not more. So there'll be those segments there. We can move this all forward a bit. Factories there. Now, the next thing I wanted to do is start putting down the miners for the different resources. So if I go to what do I need plan wise? In the map, I'm pretty sure we don't need this limestone, but we do need, that could be a problem. That's very close to that factory there. That's iron. I mean, we could just use these irons, but that's pretty close there too. So that could be a problematic. Where's my info? Resources. Here's the resources. 2 pure iron plus a normal iron. And the copper is 1 pure, 1 normal. That and a bit is not needed anymore. I figured out a way to get it past. So those are probably the more complicated ones. So the iron, which is 2 pure and 1 normal, is probably the main ones to sort out now. And the copper ones. Yeah, this is the pure one, and this is going to be problematic because this is right where we want to stick part of the factory. So we might need to do something custom for this run. Now it's actually not too bad because splitting them up either side is cosmetic. They don't have to be split up with 2 one side and 2 the other side. So where that iron node is in the way, we could just have the right-hand side ones and just overclock them to 200%. Is probably the easiest way. And it'll be a bit of variety, so it'll be not quite as symmetrical. That said, does it fit? I mean, this is the wrong side. Yeah, actually, I'm going to have to do it backwards to get a good idea of how it's going to go. Actually, this is the thing. If height-wise, depending on how high we do this, we might be able to get away with including it as part of the building, if we're lucky. We shall see. Or we just move the entire build a couple of meters that way, and we'll be fine. Okay, so that's 1 pure iron node down. I'm pretty sure we're going to skip those normal ones, and I think the other iron is further down this way. Hello, iron nerds. Where are you? Goodbye, Stinger. Damn it, he saw me. Just tear it all down. Yep. Well, I have already rebuilt it all once. This is why I wanted to get the positioning just right before I have to rebuild it a third time. Okay, so this is... Hello, what's this node? Can you tell me, please? Pure. Okay, good. I'm about to get eaten. And we need a normal one as well. I think that's that one there. Oh, hang on, this is pure as well. That's 3 pure nodes. Okay, well, I think we're fine. Well, that, in that case, if we get a normal node somewhere, then we don't need that third pure node. Except they were over there, weren't they? We've got 2 normal nodes there, so we could tap those. Where did they go? Crap. Oh, that wasn't a very big clip. Oh, he's a big boy. Oh, crap. The medium one got me. Oh, there's another. Or was that a redeem? Nope, it wasn't a redeem. Whee! Ha ha ha! Ooh. Okay. There is one down there, so that may have summoned one. And that's a bit close. This one here is out in the open, so this is okay. So we could just use that as a normal node one. What am I out of? Oh, I've actually finally run out of portable miners. I'm just going to hide in here. I'm sure he hasn't spotted me yet. Perfectly safe, right? Hey, Russ. I thought you were sleeping, Russ. Sleeps is hard. Yeah, sleeps is hard sometimes. That'll do for a while. So that one's nice and clear of the walkways and the endpoints, so I might actually just use that one and skip that other one over there that's pure. So that's the iron. Give me the bits, give me the bits. Got him. Okay, now where were the copper nodes? I believe there's one normal and one pure. So this is close to the walkway, but it's far enough back that we'll incorporate it in the walkway and just have the materials run down it. Why is that not building? Oh crap, I'm out of turbo motors. Fine, I'll just do Mark IIs for now. We haven't automated turbo motors because, you know, it takes power. In fact, doing Mark IIs is actually probably a good idea because later on we will double all the resources. So if we clock the Mark IIs at the right rate, then all we need to do is replace them with Mark IIIs and it will double the output. Okay, limestone is somewhere out here. Caterium is out here. I think that's actually it for the stuff that's in the way. So there'll be a resource hub out here where we build a bunch of stuff. Let me just do some gardening. Oh, I got the little tree next to it.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
So the idea is that these corridors will actually extend past the reactors in some instances and will be used for feeding in resources from the outside. Actually, do I want to be lower down? So I need one that has lots of room and no obstacles. This one is actually a clear path. So if we build a corridor here, then we can run the processed resources down to the center, and then they will then feed back out to the reactors with the processed materials. So this one here, because basically there's resources up there, so we're going to have a little factory here, which is the resources. So I'm going to start on this after we take a short break. I'm currently working on 26 assembly director systems per minute. That's quite a lot of assembly director systems per minute. I haven't got that far as thinking about that, but that's quite a lot. Okay, I'm going to take a break and I'll be back in a few minutes. Where's my control panel? Oh, there it is. Okay, back soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back. Let me actually switch to that view. And mic is unmuted. Okay, so this is the layout plan where we're kind of starting to see if everything will fit. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to work on these resource factories down here. So the idea is that the corridor that runs here will actually continue past the reactor and will actually come all the way out to our factory down here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a corridor section here and then continue the section out here, and we'll make a start on these factories. And that should, I don't know if we'll finish tonight because it is pretty late already. I want to get a start on that, and it should look good having an extended part of the corridor, because this is part of the test, is how does it look when you're going beyond basically the length of the path out to the reactor. This height that this corridor is at is definitely not set in stone yet. It's still a work in progress. Okay, so that's 12, 13, 14 plus 1. So if we put the corridor from here onwards. Okay. And my scroll stopped working. Actually, let me make sure my game has focus. It is still not scrolling. Great. Yeah, I should probably delete some of these corridor segments since we decided we're not actually really going to use all of them. Now I will put some supports along the bottom here. Let's see, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go with that. It's kind of a general position, but I'm winging it here. I'm just placing placeholders effectively. Now it looks pretty good with about 4. We put another join on. Another 4. Now from there will be the end path machinery. And I was thinking there's no reason these reactors can't sit above the end path machinery. So those extra machines could actually take up this whole space, and these could sort of tower above it and be part of it. I think that's probably what I will do, just to get a bit more space. So that's 4 high there. So we're just using that as a height marker. One, 2, 3, 4. Now, I have no idea how many segments are going to be out here. It'd be nice if we could get like 2 sets of segments. I think one missed. Oh, no, it didn't miss. Excellent. Then we have the factory, which will be our resource factory. So we have iron. I think that's copper. Although we don't need copper for this bit. We just need iron, oil, limestone. Limestone. And well, that's like limestone and coconut. That's not right. Caterium. Up there. So we could put the factory here, or we could try and extend this another set and put it a little closer. I wonder how close that would be. Yeah, there's still enough room. Heck, we could possibly even have another segment out. But let's just run some concrete out for now. Yeah, actually, I totally could run another segment out here. Okay, so if I look at the map that I made, we have 4 factories here. We need to get the bauxite out here. Ooh, bauxite. That's overlapping that a bit. But we could run it across and then out. Actually, that's quite high up. This is going to be a trouble spot anyway, because this is on quite high land. But we basically have the aluminium, which is easy, caterium, the steel. Let's do the steel first, because that one, we've got a partial blueprint I can repurpose. You know what? I'm going to grab some power, because building without the hover pack is painful. Yeah, see, if these reactors are up higher, they could sit above the walkway. Does anyone know the spawning rules as concerns power and machinery? I know creatures will respawn if there's no power and no machinery, but I think just running power is not enough to stop them spawning. I think you have to have a certain amount of active machinery as well. And so far we've just run power for stuff. Hover pack. Okay. Okay. So, first blueprint. We have an existing blueprint that makes rubber and steel, which is used for our heavy modular frames factory, which is close to what we want here. So basically, we are using petroleum coke to turn heavy oil residue into coke. And here, it was using oil to turn into rubber and heavy oil residue. But we changed this recipe to the heavy oil residue recipe, and this has double the output of heavy oil residue and just some polymer resin, which means we don't need this one on the end here, which means we actually trim this blueprint down a little bit. And I think we need like 3 times this. It's in the plan. Everything's in the plan. I think this is the output of heavy oil residue and the input of heavy oil residue, which means this can be deleted. And this is the oil input on this side. Yep, okay, so that will run along and load up oil. Ah, this wasn't intended to be daisy chained, so this is actually overlapping with that. But we can fix that. Now this output here is the polymer residue, so this will be basically sent to trash. Otherwise known as the awesome sink. Is there something behind shooting me? I did consider actually making rubber and using it in the factory, but I would have needed, it just would have made it more complicated. So I decided, nah, I'll just stick to this. So the output of this on the other side is the coke. So this is the petroleum coke, comes up here. And the coke here feeds into both of these foundries along with iron ore. So we have iron ore in the top and the coke comes in here. So maybe we want a label on that iron ore. This is raw iron ore, not ingots. And that, how much iron does that need? That needs 60, 120. 120 iron per minute. Finally out of, wow, that was a long stand up. Welcome back, Relax. How's your Friday going? Or was that in a different meeting? Just needed some hopefully quick validations to use the bot to create a test strategy and I'm on vacation. Ooh, vacation? Or just weekend vacation? So down here is the steel output. So this, where should we put the label? Which way is that conveyor going? It's going this way. And how much steel was this spitting out again? 160. Okay, I'm actually going to upgrade that to Mark 5 because when we built this we only had Mark 4s. Polymer Mark 4 will be fine. This raw iron coming through though, we will want to upgrade that to a Mark 5. Stand-up self was quick in the parking lot. One of the principal devs had a lot of tickets to talk about. Parking lot? And then after that I had a call with QE team. Kind of vacation, cool, or flying to where your parents live and then driving them 8 hours down to the beach for a week. Okay. So if you survive the 8-hour trip, it will be a pleasant holiday. I think I'm safe to delete that. Now, as I said, this oil pipe is going to currently run through that, and we need this to run on. So I need to bring this out so it doesn't clash. I mean, that position is probably fine. Give me some pipe. Wait, what? Horizontal to vertical didn't do horizontal to vertical, and straight was definitely not straight. Don't you hate it when a horizontal to vertical doesn't go horizontal to vertical? Maybe I need that lower. Maybe if I lower it a bit. I don't want to lower it too much. So, pro tip, always feed your fluids in from above if you can. Do not feed them in from below. If you feed them in from below, you will be having a bad time. Most pipe problems are solved by feeding fluids in from above. Simple as that.
Phrasing.
Ow! Okay, someone's definitely shooting at me now. Excuse me, sir. I bought this property. Wow, I accidentally zooped the crap out of that. Let's move that sign along. Is it still 60 per minute oil? No, it's 30 per minute oil. Because we're using a different recipe that's more efficient. Because we don't care about rubber. Little flyby thanks to the Adderall. Right. Doc told me to be sure to take it for the drive, but then take a break for the week I was gone. Ah, okay. Right, so this now is a more compact blueprint, just making steel without making rubber. We do want it to merge together, so maybe we'll do an overlap test and see if it fits or not. That's fine, I can copy the other red beam. Okay, so let's just go save this. Okay, so totally just a random slab to try building this on. I just want to test how it overlaps. Okay, by default, there is a small gap. I can probably nudge... I mean, I could nudge 2 closer, and that would actually make that nice and snug on that. Means that beam is not needed. That almost joins on. Now let's check from the other side, see how it looks from here. Oh, that is the right way around, so nudge that into here like that. So all these are, there's no space between them at all. So it might be nice to leave a little walkway. But it's not necessary. I mean, we only need 6 of these, so really it's just that, even with a space, and another one, and we're done. Just waiting for that. Okay, so then you connect the pipe, and nothing needs to be connected there. And on the other side, So if we wanted to space it nicely, we'd bring that out to there. Steel pass through, and that is the residue pass through. Okay, so that's kind of our steel factory setup. So we want to, I think I like having a gap there. I like leaving a little bit of walkway space. So let's put a few extra beams on here just to bring this out a little bit. Ah, we need to figure out power. Oops, that's not right. So power is a beam along the top, and the beam comes from there. So we probably want it to come across 24 meters. Let's try it in the real thing. 24 meters, excellent, and then that will connect those together. And then we can daisy chain the power along. Power is connected there, power runs down below, and so these should both have power on this side. They do. They have power in here, which runs to there. So they're all powered up and ready to go. Cool. That's one down, one factory down. We haven't built it, but we've built it. Ah. Thank you, Relax. Trying to keep me awake. So this is the iron right here. So we also need fuel, aka oil, I should say. And the oil is up here. And there's some local hogs. But that's fine. This is actually a thingy oil reservoir. What are they called? Crude oil. How crude. Now these are all impure nodes, which is absolute. Oh, he's back. Terrible, terrible resource this. But there's 6 of them, and overclocked they will output 75 each, and I only need less than 200, I think it is. I do not need much oil at all. So this is going to be fine, this node. These poor guys don't get a chance, but someone might summon some friends to the party. And the spin is no stingers. But thank you for the attempt. I can never make these look particularly pretty. Like there are some people who make gorgeous enclosures for their pumps, and I just don't seem to have the knack of making these look good. So you get a big stompy resource well pressurizer, which takes radio controlled units, which I don't have. It's okay, I can make them. How many did it take? 10? Guess we'll find out. Ah, Relax commented. I missed that, sorry. Installed the latest version of the bottom, was about to start a fresh playthrough this week, but it's been busy and haven't had time and energy. No problem. Also didn't want to start a playthrough, get like 5 or 10 years in and then drop it for a week or two and be lost when I come back. Yeah, if you're going away for a while, it would be probably better to not take a break if you're trying to relearn how to play. By the time you get back, I might have the next version out. Now, is there a front? Okay, the power connector is there, so let's put the power connector there. So it's on the front. These aren't actually snapping on top of the foundation. That's interesting. So they don't actually snap like miners. Interesting. And annoying. Why is it not? Oh, it might need actually power before I can build it. Power! No? I really need to fix the fact that it won't tell you why there's build errors sometimes. What is going on? Ah. It just pumped oil and now they work. Actually, I will make this one go this way around. Okay, each of these is outputting 30 per minute, so that's 90 from the 3 of them. Let me check my document. So long term, we will need 123, but for the first one, we just need 62. So 3 of them is fine for now. Pipe. The laying of the pipe. Why is that red? Yeah, probably because it's a stupid straight pipe. Oh, it actually snaps. Beautiful. Even the height seems to be pretty spot on. Not perfect. There's a little dip there. Okay. Right, we now have plenty of oil being produced, and we can, once we expand capacity, we'll just grab a couple of other nodes. Let's actually build this all a little lower, because it also seems to give no care in the world as to where my actual foundation height is. Okay, now I don't want to really waste this power at the moment, so let's disconnect that. We have oil, we have iron, so this area here, it does make sense to make the factory here for the steel. We're going for time. About 20 minutes to the next ad break. So that's... Did I save this blueprint? I'm paranoid now. Okay, so I won't build them exactly there, but they'll be around there. Probably running this way, actually. So that the iron and that runs along here. Now, the limestone was over there. I mean, if I keep running that way... Now this is limestone, duh, and we're making concrete, and we're going to make it wet concrete, so there will be water extractors involved. Now I am using very little refineries in this build. I hate refineries. They are inefficient and huge and suck lots of power. So I use wet recipes sparingly, but concrete is one that is worth doing, I find. Mainly because building concrete with constructors is really annoying. So, can we fit... here's a shooty one. These guys cannot lead the target. Like, certain types of spitters are super accurate at leading the target, so you can't just circle strafe them. These guys, nah, they're big and blustery. They talk a mean talk, but they just fire where you were at the time. Now, how much water do I need? Water, metric buttload, there you go. That's how much water I need. That's not useful. Okay, let me try a bit more accuracy. How much water do I need for the limestone? I specifically didn't put water everywhere because there's going to be little pockets of water needed all over the place. And then you've got this 72 water extractors overclock 250% to make 21,600 water. And it's a metric buttload. So for the wet concrete, I need 675. Which is, well, at least 2 because of capacity of, okay, we have, I might need to blow up that thing. I mean, what other water have we got around here? We've got a little patch there. There's plenty of water over here. It is kind of patchy though. So I think it would be easier if I just have a run of extractors along here. Now, Coffee Stain broke my preferred way of snapping water extractors to a specific point. It used to be dead easy to line them up where you wanted them, and now it is less easy. This is actually too high up. It's probably the right height. Pruning. These are tough. I had to take one out with a lot of nobelisks last time. Might need more nobelisks again. But let me actually see if the water extractors fit along here. Okay, so if I line one up every 3... I'm not going to get too fancy here. I'm just going to put them down. So this, last time I checked, is a way of snapping them into a position. 1, 2, 3. And that's probably going to hit land there. So let's see if we can get those 2 in place. Bingo. Now it's not actually snapping to the pipe. It is snapping a buildable next to the pipe. The fact that I'm using a pipe-like structure here is just coincidence. You can snap it to a constructor if you want. And the thing is, you don't aim at what you're snapping to, you aim next to it and then slide it along like that. It's basically snapping next to a buildable. Now, obviously, this is not going to get me 600 and something water that I need for concrete, so wait, I can build there, but not there. Is that because of these? Oh, that went boop, pop. Ah. It does work pretty well as a snapping technique. Again, not actually snapping, so you do need to delete them and rebuild them, but it is effective for positioning. Just realized I need more than one pipe. Oh, we got a new T-piece. It's like, gee, I wish I could replace that with a single T-piece rather than having it impede like that. And you know what? We do. I don't think I've ever used the new piece. Look, a T-junction. How neat is that? Right. How much water do we need? It's not gonna let me use my mouse. .63. Steel doesn't need water. The aluminium will also need water, so we might as well get enough water for the aluminium as well. And we're building Caterium here. We're not using wet Caterium, so 6.19. If we make that 200, not 200, it was 200? 200, we only need 3. How about we, oops. I'm using a VR keyboard here, so it's a bit naff. 150 will be 4.13.
I admire your optimism, relax, enjoy life, but you only get a participation award this time round. Realm of Russ was the winner. In fact, you were in position 12. Better luck next time.
You're a bit late to the party, pal. Got Dave the Diver to play on your Steam Deck. Ah, cool. I'm hoping Frame improves mouse and desktop interactions, but I doubt it since it will still be SteamVR. I'm really hoping SteamVR gets an update. I mean, there is a new SteamVR beta out that, from what I can tell, it's moving more towards the Steam Deck UI, but in SteamVR. So it sounds like they are getting an update. I haven't tried it yet because I tend to just go OpenXR direct. But yeah, hoping. Okay, so 150%, 180. Which is 360. 180 and is it 4.13 or something? We need a little bit more. I'll figure out the exact math later. Now these two together will be a mark. I think I'll just delete that. and do that like that. So it'll be, even though this is like just over 600, I'll bring in 2 600 pipes and then I'll merge them together. Okay, so that's our water. That should be enough water for both the wet concrete and also the aluminium. Now, aluminium is going to be... Okay, we still need to get the bauxite over here for the aluminium. But other than that, the aluminium is going to be really easy. Again, I'm just going to plonk down stuff. I mean, I could have the aluminium have its own... Actually, aluminium needs oil as well, so maybe I'll do it on the other side. But I can just completely reuse the aluminium blueprint I already have, which will be a save. The only problem with it is it will make all the other factories look boring. Blueprints. This is probably my fanciest blueprint. Oh, I see, I don't actually need floor at the bottom layer. And I might just stick its own water extractor on it, and that actually would make, if that's only doing 600, then having a separate water for the aluminium will actually make things a lot easier. That way I don't have to mess around with double pipes. That's the back. That's a side. No, that's the back. There we go, that's the front. So layer 1 of this blueprint makes the petroleum coke. Then the next layer makes the scrap. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then the top layer makes the ingots. What have I run out of? I have run out of concrete. Wow, I've been chewing through a lot of concrete. But that's our aluminium factory, and this basically makes plenty for the entire nuclear factory. Just this one stack here. It makes 300 aluminium per minute. I think we only need like 220 or something like that. But if that's basically, there's a spot at the back for a water extractor. So I'll just stick an extractor right here, and that can feed that there. And then, so we've got steel, aluminium. Now the wet concrete, I will just do a whole bunch of refineries. We could potentially do them on the landmass here. But if we're disconnecting the aluminium, let's actually check that. Oh yeah. I'm going to need 3.75 extractors. Oh, it's still more than 600 water, damn it. But it's, hang on, that's 375 and 150. Okay, yep.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected.
So
Please
if I
seek
make
shelter.
That, where's my keyboard? 140. This is me guessing numbers. That's 4 point watt. I wish it didn't cover it up. 4.02. That's pretty close. Okay, well, 140%. Excellent. Now, this is a good test of a new mod feature that has not been released yet because I only coded it up a day or two ago. And that is... Oops. Clear. 140. Okay, you can now aim at a building, long press the stick button in, and it will now copy the setting. Actually, they just copied the building. Settings copied. And now I come over here and I go trigger settings pasted, settings pasted, setting pasted. So you can now copy and paste settings without having to go into the menu for every single building. Hey! I should release that as an alpha maybe this weekend. Maybe. Still needs a little tweaking, I think. But it is going to be such a time saver. Okay, there is an ad break. I should probably take a break. I was thinking of wrapping up before the ad break, but obviously that's not going to happen because the ad break is here. So I will do the ad break and then I'll keep going a little bit after just to wrap up the session here. So let me just take a break. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay. Excuse me. I'm back. Now the last factory we need to make for this resourcing section is this one here, which is making the Caterium. And it's pretty much 24 and a half smelters. Really boring factory. And I think I might have a blueprint that we can use for it. I'm not going to really be too fussed about spending ages making this. Production smelters times 4. That's not many. That's probably the wrong blueprint maker. Yes, okay. Blueprints smelters times 4. Oh, right, yeah, okay. I'm surprised they haven't combined these into one blueprint already. Yeah, it's a little bit front heavy positionally wise. Now it's probably easier just to rebuild. Maybe just a whole meter. I think I just got shot at. Yep, okay, he's under the blueprint maker. That's not going to get him very far. Okay, so we'll upgrade these through belts. These are Mark III currently because this is a pretty old blueprint. We'll upgrade these to Mark V. Join the blueprints together. And down the bottom. It's going to be a bit pokey. This is why it's good to have a little bit of space between the machines, so you can actually get in there and fiddle with stuff. I think it's actually just bucketing down with rain outside. That's a bit unexpected. Okay, so that's Mark V's through. Now this we will have as Caterium, although, yeah, I'm probably going to mostly use this blueprint as Caterium. So if I hit copy settings here, can I then use paste like that? Oh man, that is so much easier. Was it pasting the right recipe? Yes, it was. Okay, so this new copy settings mode, when you long press it, it now actually shows in the HUD copy settings. Ignore that straight, that shouldn't show up for copy settings mode. So when you're in copy settings mode, your controls actually change. So you can press A to copy again, and you can press B to paste, or you can also use the trigger button to paste. And when you're in copy mode, it changes to a finger. So normally you'll have this, or if you are on ground, you'd have a solid hand. So if you when you enter copy mode, it changes to pointy finger mode, which then tells you that yes, you can then copy a setting from here and paste it there. So very minimal interface change. Pretty straightforward. Okay, it would help if we connect power between these sub-blueprints. Hello, copy the wire, thank you. And I think we only need to do it on the one side, although why not, just in case. Now this will need to be stacked one on top of the other, so what I'll do is I will put in some supports. And this is why I moved everything back a meter, so I can fit these supports in on the corners. Ah, that's actually in a meter. I wonder if I can bring these in a meter. I don't think so because of the conveyor. Oops. No, not quite. That's okay. Maybe I bring this across like this. Oh, too far. Now that power connector's slightly going to clash if I bring that all the way across. Actually, I could bring it onto the outside. So I could bring it from here to there. Okay. Now, because this is going to sit on top of this, if I do some beams the crossways, the guy is still spitting at me down below. Oops, nope. I'm thinking some cross beams might be useful under the machines to actually support them on the upper level. Thing is, there's going to be a heck of a lot of beams if I use these. Maybe I just do across the ends for now. What is the chemical symbol for Caterium? Because it's kind of a gold substitute, but it's fake, so it doesn't really have a name, a chemical symbol. Maybe it does. Okay, there we go. Very simple blueprint, and we need 24 of them. So we plonk that down twice and we're done. So... I didn't zoom very well. There, done. One Caterium factory. So we have steel, Caterium, aluminium. The only one left is the wet concrete, which is... Oh, do I have a... Ah! I'm awake, I'm awake! Like, I've made wet concrete before, and I don't think I even bothered with a blueprint. Maybe I should make one. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it. Let's make a wet concrete one. So wet concrete. We're feeding in. Let's chuck a refinery down. Okay, we have limestone and water. That's a lot of water. And we get concrete out. So at the back we have solids and liquids. So we want the solids to be, the liquids to be fed from above, and the solids will just run along the back line. I'm just going to keep it simple. So it's probably going to be similar in style to this, but you know, just a bunch of refineries making wet concrete. So let's start in the middle. Very good place to start. I'm not going to be bother to be space generous here. These refineries are just going to be slammed up against each other. Now we need water. Water input, so this is the input, this is the back. Yes. Ah! I told you I'm awake. That's terrifying. Who would do such a thing? Oh yeah, my wife. Stuff it. I'm not going to be too fussy here. You know what? I just realised there's a new T-piece I can use. That I keep forgetting about. So that's not straight. That implies that I can get closer to the machine if that's like that. So this is 300 water total across the 3 of these. I am going to use pipeline Mark IIs. Oh, I haven't unlocked the clean pipeline Mark IIs apparently. So this theoretically could run a full 600, but now this is splitter, so this is the incoming limestone. Now which way are these going to face? Probably should face inwards. Is that going to spawn real ones? Mad Design! Hello, hello, welcome. How are you going?
Hey, Mad Design just followed you.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow. I'm going to check under here just in case the stinger spawned. Nope, just that. That's not just that spitter. Okay. I think I'm going to feed it this way through. So if I am that way, the conveyor will clash with the pipes. So I need it out this far. 1, 2, 3. I'm guessing that Lego and Mad Design are familiar with each other. So this is going to be quite a lot of limestone coming through. I'm going to go full Mark V belts here, although I only need Mark IIIs leading into the machine. I'm not using Mark IIs because basically if I use Mark IIIs I can overclock them a little bit if I need to nudge a little bit of extra throughput out of them. Yeah, it looks wild. It is wild, but once you go VR, it's hard to go back. It is awesome. Okay, so the reverse will be true in that actually no, we probably do want to feed all the outputs to that side. Got a merger. Now the output of concrete is much smaller. Actually, it's not much smaller, 120 to 80, so it's still a fairly decent output. So let's go Mark Vs along here. And I will go Mark IIIs for the outputs here. Not that familiar. They did not buy you coffee? Right. Sounds like there's a coffee IOU going on there. Right. I mean, that's the bare essentials. Obviously, we need power. How did we do power here? We ran up the pillars. So we had pillars periodically, and then we had a red beam going across. So can we fit pillars in this design? Pillars would, unless we put the pipe through the pillar, which we could do. We could have it feature as a pipe going through the pillar. Oh, Mr. Spitty's spitting at me again. Actually, the power is on the other side. So I could actually put a pillar in there, and that would not conflict with any conveyors or anything. Oh, that moved. So there we have a basic wet concrete factory, 3 refineries, power, merged outputs, split inputs with water fed in from a height above, which is always recommended if you don't want to have water problems. Barely worth calling it a wet concrete factory. Like, it's just 3 refineries. But it's probably going to be mostly used for wet concrete, apparently. Concrete?
Legalogen just sent 100 bits. Cheers, Legalogen.
Oh, thank you very much for the bits. Now I've forgotten how to spell concrete. Concrete? Here we go. You're a big fan of blueprints? I am a big fan of blueprints too. Even simple, like this is a very simple one, but you know, it will save time when I need to plonk down 3 or 4 of these in a row. Production. It's kind of a mini factory, barely. A lot of my blueprints are a lot more complicated than this one. Save. Okay, done. Blueprints were one of the best additions to the game. Yes, I agree. Harry? Oh, Mary is someone who isn't a fan of blueprints? Yeah, I see some people who manually build everything, and it's like this is the other end of the scale here. This is 3 blueprints here. Well, 2 because I ran out of concrete. Actually, let's finish off the 3rd bit. Where is it? I should have enough concrete by now. Blueprints. Aluminium ingots. I still need to connect up the logistics inside that go from floor to floor.
Legalogen gifted a Tier 1 subscription to Mad Design. Nice.
Oh, thank you very much for the gifted subs, Legalin. You 300 more points for a stinger. So now the Stinger Redeem has a random chance of summoning a real Stinger, but the logic of where they spawn has changed. So, oh no, it's Mr. Spitty. Look, Mr. Spitty, let's just run out of ammo. There. Yeah, this I'm very proud of this one, and it took quite a long time to do. So the bottom blueprint is making the heavy oil residue, and then it is making the petroleum coke out of that. And then it goes up to the next floor up, which is interconnected here. Basically, I need to connect a bunch of lifts together, but I'm probably going to move its location, so which is why I'm not connecting it up at the moment. So the second floor up is making the aluminium scrap. So we have 3 refineries here. So we've got the bauxite to solution, and then I think both of these are the scrap. And then way up the top is a whole bunch of smelters that are making the actual aluminium. How do I get out of this place? I can sneak through there. Oh. Or can I sneak through there? There we go. But yeah, I had lots of fun in making greeblies along the side and details here. And you can see I've put markers here of these are connection points. So you need to connect a pipe from there to connect those 2 blueprints. So you put a refiner at the back, sorry, not a refiner, a water extractor at the back, and it pumps the water up here. And again, feeding the refineries in from above. So this is a recycled water loop, and I've never had any problems with this design. As long as the fresh water coming in feeds from above and everything else is on the level, you don't have any water problems. Thank you very much, Mad Design. So yeah, I need to put, because that's between blueprints, I need to put in a few little cosmetic things here. but I am probably going to move it from this position, so I'm not going to wire it all up yet. I'm just kind of plonking down the factories to say this is what needs to be in this area and that I've got all the parts, and then I will figure out layout and position them a bit neater. So we have our wet concrete now. So if I look at the plan, where's my keyboard gone? Okay, so we've just made the wet concrete here. So we actually need 6.75. So we need 2 of that blueprint and then overclock 1 a little bit to get the extra. I'm not going to make more than 6. We've already set up the water for it. That's the aluminium blueprint there. Iron and copper. We do have a blueprint for iron and copper. Or actually, no, we've got one that we can work on for that, but we haven't done that one yet. And we've done the millions of smelters. So we do have the iron plus copper left to go. Working on aluminium now as well. Cool. It tells me my factories in the next playthrough will be more organised because I'll be able to slow down and take time to do it proper. Cool. I may have seen it. Not sure if you look at the showcase channel in Coffee Cup. I need to look at the showcase channel in Coffee Cup more often. I'm fairly new to the Coffee Cup Discord. And I am on way too many Discords, so I do find it rather difficult to keep up with them. But I will go see if I can find Mad Design's build on the Coffee Cup channel. Not right now, though. Using a browser in VR is a little painful. Okay, so we've actually got 5 factories here. We've got the steel. Oh, no. Copper and iron is actually going to be more central to the build area. So we're not building copper and iron over here. We are only building the wet concrete. So we could actually just build the wet concrete factory back here. So this line here is basically a line that goes through to the center of the nuclear power center there. So this is probably a bit low to the ground. I probably need to raise it up a bit. Yes, I do. Oops. Actually, let me do some gardening. Nope, not that one. Actually, I might take that tree out the back there. Because the limestone comes from there and the water is here, so if I can just turn it into concrete here, then I can leave that space for the other factories. Not sure about the layout particularly, but I'm just building the components at the moment. There are much more interesting factories to build than wet concrete factories, so... Oops. How much longer do I plan to go today? Not much longer, Legoland. It's past 11 PM already. And yeah, I mean, it's still a while to the other ad break, but I really should be wrapping up soon. So Mad Design, I stream this time every Friday. When I don't catch COVID or otherwise get sick. So I've been rather inconsistent the past 4 weeks because I was sick, and so I missed a session, and then I got better again, and then I got sick again, and now I'm still a bit croaky. But I'm in Western Australia, so it is nearly 11:30 p.m. here. So it is quite late at night. So I tend to start around 6-ish p.m. Local time and go through to 11. I do also usually stream on Saturday, but lately my Saturday streams have been Subnautica. Again, I've missed a couple because I haven't been well, but I'm hoping to get back into some Subnautica tomorrow and continue with that. So if you're at all interested in things other than Satisfactory, I certainly welcome you to join in and tune into my Subnautica stream. Now this is the limestone input will come from this direction, water will go in there and there. So if I do that one there, and then I do this one and leave a bit of a gap, when I'm making factories, I tend to go functional first, and then because of the blueprint, I can very easily rebuild it later if I need to move its position or change its style or anything. So sometimes I will rebuild something several times before I find its final form. How am I going to do this? You know, I'm just going to leave that disconnect at the moment because I'm not going to turn this on for ages anyway, because the rest of the power station still needs setting up. So we are a long way off actually firing any of this up. Okay. So one of them will need overclocking to get that other 0.75, but there's our 6 wet concrete refiners. The output will come down here. This is pure iron node, so this pure iron node is going to move into there. This, we need to expand this a little bit more, but this is making steel out of oil. We have a really crappy oil supply up here that is 6 impure well thingies, but it's plenty for what we need, so that will make our steel for the factory. Here we have a buttload of Caterium smelters, or we're making Caterium. The pure Caterium node is... it's up the back there somewhere. I think it's up there. So I'll need to run a line of Caterium down here. Oh, it's over there. Okay, there it is. And then that will bring the aluminium. So this is making aluminium, Caterium, steel, and concrete. And then we'll bring that all down through our corridor here, our corridor of awesome. This is one thing we designed during this session. So this is a bit of a modular blueprint. So we've got sort of a join bit there, and then we've got a window segment to go down. And so we have a number of conveyor mounts in here where we'll be running resources up and down. And the idea is that these walkways will extend all the way up and down each of the wings of the factory. No other games exist outside of Satisfactory. If you want to hop in and say hi, I'd really appreciate it. You're literally the only Satisfactory streamer that goes to bed before you. Well, I am in probably the worst time zone in the world for streaming, because it tends to be when the Europeans are busy with stuff and the Americans are only just waking up. And then I go to sleep, and then Europe and America have this big overlap of stuff happening. Okay, that is going to be a cool feature. I need to make the rest of the factories look as cool as that. Maybe I stick that in the middle. That flickering is a little odd. Maybe I put that in the middle as a feature. Although even off to the side, it looks pretty cool. So resources run down here. So this is our main nuclear layout. Now, again, we've just put stuff down here to get an idea of layout and how it will look. So the idea is we have 12 spokes. Each spoke has 3 nuclear reactors. Now, long term, these will be 250% overclocked, but until we get Mark 6 belts, we will make them 125% because our belts are not going to be fast enough to move some of the resources around. So then we have the corridor here coming back into the center. And the idea is to have each other part of the manufacturing blueprints around the corner here. So I plonked down here an old blueprint for crystal oscillators. But this crystal oscillator recipe uses rubber, and we're not using rubber, so I have to make a new crystal oscillator blueprint without it. But then we will have corridors radiating out, and at the end of each corridor will be basically the final stretch of the factory, which we've started to design here, which will be which one had the two manufacturers set up over here? Very much a work in progress, this one. But this is like the final stage, which takes the uranium plus silica, sulfur, and quickwire, and then that makes the uranium cells, and the uranium cells then feed into here, which along with control rods, oscillators, and rotors make the fuel rods, and the fuel rods then go into our nuclear station. So that's the plan. I was talking to Doug and a company about that. Australia's the worst time zone for streaming a normal schedule. Well, yes, and I'm on the west coast, which is even worse than the east coast. Radiating the swamp, exactly. Got to keep all the radiation in the swamp. Got to breed those new types of stingers. 36 by 2.5 in the end. Yes, that is the plan. I think it's like 225 gigawatts of power once everything is operational. Now, crystal. There is crystal over there, and I'm using it for my computer factory. So we're going to need to get quartz in from a different location. There is uranium behind that waterfall there, but it's not enough. So I'm planning on basically having a train line bring in uranium and quartz externally. And I have some ideas on how to run a dedicated train line without it interrupting any of my existing train lines, because I don't want any dependencies. Okay, so I think I shall wrap it up here. Progress was a bit slow tonight, but I'm happy with how these corridors came out. The shiny lights on the corner, which I did actually get inspired by a sneak peek at the Coffee Cup racing course. I'm not sure who designed it, but they had pillars of light like this, and I thought, that looks cool, I'll do that. So yeah, we're making progress. So probably next session, I will get stuck into all the other blueprints, or at least some of the blueprints. There might be several sessions of making blueprints because there's quite a few of them. Let me just park in here, my little safety bubble, and I'll save the game. Yeah, today we worked on factory layout mostly, and we've made a start on the resources. Okay, now I will just switch back. I'll take my headset off and I'll switch back to the plan to just quickly go over kind of what the plan is again, and again iterate what we did today. Okay, let me just switch to that. Right, so this is Factory Modeler. What happened to my headset? Hang on, I just want to stay paused in the game, otherwise I might get jumped by something. Yeah, now it's properly paused. Taking off my headset. Oh, okay. Actually, is my mouse going to work? This is a very good question. It is not. Let me quit the game entirely. That way I'll get my mouse control back and I will do an outro just with a real mouse, because the VR controls are a little dodgy. Where did I just put the controller? Here it is. Nice. Now I should have mouse control. that I can catch you live. No problems. Thanks very much. Thanks for dropping by, and welcome to the channel. So yeah, I'm always streaming in VR, even Subnautica I'm in VR as well. And I love me some Satisfactory in VR. Right. So this is Satisfactory Modeler, and this is our nuclear plan here. And yeah, so we've made a start on this reactor line, which is the bit leading up to the reactors. So this is the 4 machines. What are they called? Oh, it's too late at night. Manufacturers. So yes. Now we've worked on aluminium and wet concrete and catalum and steel, and all the others we still need to do. So we've got to make a factory for electromagnetic rods, and this is a big one. So I've actually split this into 2 here because this is going to be probably a good third of the factory at least. But we also need to make quick wire, silica, and crystal oscillators and rotors. And then once that's done, we need to clean the waste product because I don't want to just dump it in a container. So now I have 2 blueprints, which is going to be the cleanup phase, and basically I'll build this on a floor above the first factory. So the first factory will be situated on the bottom, and then the second one will be higher up. So we have 2 blueprints here that will be making the non-fissile uranium and then turning that into plutonium rods, which will then be sunk. So these numbers, I might do some overclocking here, so there's not 9 of these blueprints. I reckon if I just do 150% and get it down to 6, it'll probably structurally fit in. Yes, blueprints in Modeler is awesome. Because that way, I like breaking things down into sections. So, you know, if this is how you make a crystal oscillator, then how many of those do I need to make? And that way you can just stack. This playthrough I've been doing vertical builds, so all these blueprints will stack vertically on top of each other when you need to expand. So it's very easy, as long as you've got the vertical space, to stack them up and build higher. And this, because this is so hardcore, I also did an image of kind of how the layout will work. So we've got like the 5x5 factories, and the electromagnetic rods will be like a 10x5. It'll be like a double blueprint. And we have a train station here, so the train will come in here, and then that will use for the other parts. And what we were working on with these 4 factories here. So we haven't got these in the final position, but we've kind of built them to know the spacing and size of them. So I'll clean up the layout to those, and then we've got a big tunnel that will feed the resources down into the middle here, where those resources can then be used by the rest of the factory. So yeah, big project, but it's progressing slowly, but it's progressing well. I'm still a little concerned with how the layout of these factories in the middle will go, because circles are always make things more complicated than they need to be. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I will stop the YouTube stream shortly, and Twitch, if you hang on, I'll see if there's someone to raid out to. So please stand by. YouTube, good night. Again, I will probably be streaming tomorrow night, streaming Subnautica. So feel free to drop by and hear me scream when those Leviathans bellow at me and it's just a redeem.